Good evening.
Hey, Art, can hear you, yes.
Good, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah. We got David. Sherry.
She on the record keeping. Audio. Okay, can people hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I always try to get here early so I don't have issues, and I've spent the last 15 minutes trying to figure out why I couldn't find the internet and the router's offline. Okay. Let me run. Give me another 30 seconds. I got to go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Stay with me too. I'll be right back.
Hello?
Hello. We've not yet started the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if I can't. Where's my mouse? Okay. Okay. And let me pull the. Okay, so we have David Flores and Sherry Johnson. And Matt Winningham. Okay, we've got two people who are just phone numbers, the last four digits 0481.
I'm Kathy Ingber.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Try it again.
I said that's me, and my name is Kathy Ingberg.
Kathy Ingberg. Okay. And the last four digits 9562.
Lynn Suffield.
Lynn Suffield. Okay, so David Flores, did you want to make a public comment or make an talk to an agenda item?
No public comment tonight, just agenda item number 6 and number 7.
Okay, and Sherry Johnson, did you want to make a public comment or speak to an agenda item?
No, I don't. I'm just listening, but I'm very interested in number 11.
Okay, and let me see. Oh, okay. And Matt Wingington, what did you have a public comment or did you want to make a speak to an agenda item?
No, I'm just listening today. Thank you.
Okay. And Kathy Ingberg, did you want to make a public comment or speak to an agenda item?
Well, I wanted to talk about the seniors' taxes being frozen. Do I make a public comment or speak to an agenda item? I'm not sure which.
You can do both if you want to do both.
Well, okay. Well,
Well, I'm not asking you to talk now. I'm just I'll tell you what. I'll just put you
Okay.
down for number 6. How about that?
Okay, thank
Is
you.
that what it was? Number 6 was no, property taxes is number 11. Hold on. Okay. And then Lynn Suffield, did you have a public comment or want to speak to an agenda item?
The same as Kathy.
Okay. So I'll put you down for number 11. So has anybody jumped on while I've been trying to gather who are, oh, Usha's jumped on. Usha, did you want to make a public comment or speak to an agenda item?
No, thank you.
Okay. And Jana, did you want to make a public comment or speak to an agenda item?
Sure, just a quick public comment. Thanks.
Okay. And I think I've got everybody. Am I correct about that? Okay, so it looks like Jana's going to make a public comment, and then we've got 3 other people who are going to speak to an agenda item. So we'll start with you, Jana. And Jimmy, you're going to be my timekeeper?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well then go ahead and go ahead, Jana.
Okay. Hey, I was just wondering about the April 12th video that happened on April 12th. I haven't been able to find that on the website, and some neighbors have been asking for that. And so that's on that. And the other thing was the corners haven't been trimmed as far as Sunscape. I think maybe they hired some new people and they haven't been trimming them. They're looking pretty good. A lot of the plants are coming back. The prickly pears are not, but the other plants look pretty good. And so it's just the trimming of the grass between the grass and the plantings. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay. So David, we're going to start with you. You had a public comment about number 6, which is a report from the Parks Committee. So go ahead, David, you have 2 minutes.
I actually thought about my public comment for I just wanted to ask the board to move agenda item number 11 to the beginning of the meeting, so the people that are on the call don't have to wait so long for what they came to listen to. And that's my public comment. And
Okay.
for the Parks Committee, the replanting of the plants and the trees in the district, since we're moving forward, I guess, with the 5-year park plan, I would, kind of say, let's be careful on spending the money on replacing a lot of the trees when the park plan is going to come out, and we can incorporate that into the park plan. So we're not spending as much money. Just an idea. And that's it for number 6. Number 7 was about which violation complaints are accepted, which deed restrictions are accepted. I would think that every violation should be accepted, because if you don't accept them, then you don't enforce them. So I would say that they're all, if they're enforced, then anyone can call on that violation. If it's not enforced, then, obviously can't. But that should be on the website saying which ones we're not enforcing and which ones we're not going to report. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, and Kathy Ingberg, you wanted to talk to agenda item 11, which was property tax exemptions for seniors. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to talk about my situation because I'm a teacher and I'm going to be retiring on teachers' retirement, which isn't that much because it's even less than what we have as salary. So, and because teachers don't no longer get Social Security, even though I am eligible for it. So it's going to be very difficult for me to keep my house at the tax rate it is now. And if it continues to go up year after year, I will be taxed out of my house, and that's not fair. So I'm asking that you help us out and freeze the seniors' taxes instead of, because our salaries will not go up, but our taxes will, the way it's set up now. And I know people say it's not that much, but if you don't make that much to begin with, it's a lot. Not for everybody, it's not that much, but for some of us, it's a lot. And they'll keep us from having, did I get kicked out?
No, you're still there.
Oh, somebody's calling in. Okay. So basically, I'm just asking for help for all the seniors to be able to keep our homes rather than be taxed out of our homes. And I hope that explains our situation to you.
Okay.
But I'm getting a call. It's getting annoying, so somebody's trying to call in. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. And now we have Lynn Suffield, and you wanted to make a 2-minute comment about agenda item 11.
Right. I am a teacher and I did retire, and I have $2,000 less coming in. And again, because I'm a teacher, I don't get Social Security. So any help that we can get would be appreciated. Having the taxes frozen or have them, not raised as quickly, I don't know, but whatever we can get would help. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so has anybody popped in while we were having our open comments? If not, I'm going to go ahead and close this section of the meeting, and I will go ahead and take David Flores's request, and we will jump immediately to agenda item 11, which is property tax exemptions for senior citizens over the age of 65. Now, I know, Linda, that you asked that this be put on the agenda. We're really haven't even started looking at this from a financial point of view. Did we get any information from Matt that would help us even start the conversation today? You're on mute here.
I'm sorry. You mean from Michael? Michael,
Yeah, right.
He was going to gather some information for us from the the Williamson and Travis appraisal district. He was going to have them run some reports so we could gather the number of seniors, look at their tax contribution, all the rest of the residents, etc., so we could actually analyze what we have and the impact. But he went on vacation.
Yeah. Okay.
So we don't have it yet, but Bill has sent something as a last minute agenda item, and he did find something that we can at least start from.
Now, let me address that, Catherine, if I can.
Okay.
So if you want, I can share my screen. It might be helpful.
Yeah, please do.
Let's see if I can get to it. Okay, does everyone see a certificate of resolution? Or resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so this MUD district in 1989 did adopt a $3,000 exemption. It's off the appraised value for, it's a combined exemption. That's how the code's written. So it includes disabled as defined in the code, tax code, and those 65 years or older are entitled to a $3,000 exemption off the appraised value. So, you know, if your house is appraised at 103,000 and you're 65 years or older, the appraisal district credits 3,000 off the value, and then you get that amount in tax relief.
Okay.
3,000 is actually the minimum you can do under this provision of the code. My research indicated, and I have the code behind it that you can look at later, that the MUD district does not have the authority to freeze the taxes. That's
Okay.
something that's reserved to other entities. So there's really only two things the MUD could consider. One applies to all homesteads, which I'm assuming is not an issue right now. And the other applies to disabled and 65 and older. So you can specify an exemption. Again, 3,000 is the minimum. You could specify an exemption of value, dollar-wise, to be applied. And there does not appear to be a maximum that you could vote to apply.
Okay.
So that's the mechanism. I guess maybe that makes it a little easier, perhaps in the calculations. But right now it's 3,000. So for example, say you wanted to take it to 10,000, the board would adopt a resolution. They'd have 10,000 off their value. Of course, then you take that by the tax rate, and that's how it impacts your budget.
Right. Okay. So I guess the next question that I have is, do we know that this is actually being followed? I mean,
Yeah. The 3,000 it was something we discovered years ago. This was done in '89 before we became the attorneys. So it's been showing up on the tax records, and we've tracked this down. So
okay.
definitely in place right now. It's
Okay,
not a
so-
lot of money, so people probably don't notice it that much. You know?
Okay.
In my quick browse through the appraisal records in Williamson County, not a lot of people are taking advantage of it, probably because they don't know it exists.
Well, that was my next question is there some way that we can, you know, like make this an automatic thing? Yeah. Okay.
Well,
so
the people have to identify themselves, and I imagine there's a form you have to file with the appraisal district to get it. They don't know what your age is or if you're disabled unless you file.
Right.
So one thing we
Okay.
could do is encourage people to, if they're qualified, to go ahead and submit the paperwork.
So this is just being automatically done for the district at the appraisal. I mean, for the MUD by the appraisal district.
If people file the form, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so, Catherine, I think I might adjust our request to Michael to include catching how many people are actually taking advantage of this deduction now,
Right.
just so we know that.
Oh yeah, I agree, because you know we need to know, because I didn't know that this existed. So if we go look at the appraised value of people we know are over 65, then I'm assuming that we would hopefully see that there's already an impact, and then this becomes a much easier way for us to actually do our analysis, because it's going to be a really simple, just run the numbers. If what happens if we bump it to 10, what does that add? It's just going to be another factor in that great big rate sheet that we go over, during budgeting season.
It's going to be a lot easier math problem, that's for sure.
Yes. Well, at least we don't have to go through the process of actually defining the process, meaning that the mechanism is already there for us to take advantage of. And what you said, Bill, this was from 1989?
Yes, 1989 is when this was adopted.
I would be curious to find out what the average taxable value was back in 1989. I'm thinking that this was actually, if you think about it, because let's see, the houses were probably, around $100,000 max. So this was like a 3%, give me when you think about it. So that was actually a pretty substantial, as a percentage, a pretty substantial give me compared to what Homestead gives us nowadays. It's way less than 3%.
And
So
Catherine, I think Cedar Park did something very similar, maybe 2 years ago, and I think they offered their residents $5,000. I don't know if it was a one-time deal or ever forever, but they've done something similar as well. And I think if we could see the numbers, it would be probably a smooth calculation to figure what the district could afford and keep operating without impact.
exactly. And I don't know about you, but I've been receiving my appraisals, and it's significant as to what happened. So I'm anticipating that the tax rate is going to be going down significantly in order to keep everything sort of copacetic. Okay, so we're going to need to so Linda and I right now, you and I are the budgeting committee, so we're going to end up having to work with this moving forward and come up with a process to get Michael to factor this into our budgeting spreadsheet where we calculate our rates.
Right.
And
I have a question for you, one of you.
yeah,
How does this apply across the board for our property taxes in general? In other words, is it only applied to Williamson County, or would the
No, it's a
decreased value
state-
apply to everything?
Yeah, it's a state law, so it applies to the entire district.
Okay.
right.
Only disabled, I guess a disabled account holder, is that how it would work? Or the account holder over 65?
And
Property owner?
yeah, it's going to be the property owner is the one that pays the taxes.
Property owner over 65 or disabled.
Yeah, and
Right.
it's clear you can't get both. You only get one or the other.
Oh, okay.
and
Well, I didn't
there
even
is a-
think that they
there
were
is-
stackable.
No, and there is a definition of disabled in the code, which is basically if you're getting
SSI?
compensation, you're getting benefits as a disabled person. So it's not just like when you have your sticker for your car where you can park places. It's not that type of disabled.
Oh, okay.
You're disabled and getting benefits as a disabled person.
So we're talking about SSI income. Is that what we're talking about?
Disability, Social Security.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be an
Yeah. Okay.
indicator that you qualify.
Yeah.
So Catherine, if we announce this, when we go forward, we would want to be sure to include those definitions when we make the information public so that nobody misunderstands
Right.
how that form would be looked at.
Okay, so here's the other $64,000 question. When we set up accounts, do we ask for a birth date? Are we collecting anything else that would allow us to identify
We do know.
who we
We
do
know.
know?
Yeah, and we know because Waste Management gives us a discount for seniors. So yes, Infomark in their database does have recorded age of the water account holder, not necessarily the property taxpayer, the water account holder. So we know
Okay.
how many people hold water accounts that are 65 and older. They get a slight discount in their trash service.
Okay. Well,
Slight
that's
Slight
yeah,
discount.
yeah.
But
So
then we know who they are, right? we know-
right.
We know the first 250 for sure.
Well, see, the other question is, if we've identified, 250, is that the same 250 that the county might know about?
No, because I doubt very seriously that 250 people have applied for that exemption.
Okay.
It would be highly unlikely that they knew about it. It's so old.
Yeah.
Even Waste Management, if we get that database, that's the starting point, because I'm sure a lot of people aren't aware that we can get a discount rate for their.
Well, I personally think that we should be more proactive. If we're going to collect your birth date, then let's go ahead and use it to some benefit so that when you turn 65, that you automatically get the discount for the trash, and then you get your property tax discount also.
They'll still have to
How would that
they
work
still
out?
have
I
to file
didn't
the
see
paperwork.
details.
Catherine, we don't actually collect birth dates. We collect driver's license numbers, and then if they select the field for being over 65. So we
Okay.
don't have actual birth dates.
Okay.
No birthday cards. Nope.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so let me ask another thing that just occurred to me. Do you have to be a property owner residing in the property? So you have to have homestead exemption in order to have this other exemption? How does it read?
I think that's how it reads.
Yeah, it is a homestead thing. Hold on.
The renter, I mean, if he doesn't have
Renters don't
investment
pay
in the
taxes.
property, how does he get the value?
Well, no, but the landlord who is paying the taxes might be
Right,
over
that's what I'm saying,
65,
the
and that's what
landlord
I'm
is-
trying to
It
understand.
Catherine, it applies to homesteads. So you have
Okay.
you have to be declaring it as your homestead.
Got it. Okay.
Typically, that means you're living there. One other thing that I don't know the answer to, but some of the other provisions in this part of the code say that you have to enact the exemption by July 1st to be effective the next year. So there may be a deadline here. We probably need to move quickly if we want to put it in this next tax
Okay.
cycle.
Yes, definitely. I mean, if we want to expand it, and I definitely think that since it hasn't been adjusted since 1989, and I'm pretty sure the homestead exemption has had a couple of bumps, because it's not a percentage. I think it's a flat.
Fee.
It's a flat.
It hasn't adjusted in a zillion years.
Exactly. That's what I thought too. Because I remember looking at that and going, that doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah. No. Okay. So so Bill, so what we need for you to do then is come back with a drop dead date for filing if we're going to make an adjustment to this.
Okay.
Because what my suspicion is going to happen is that we're not going to have our final rates done, by the time we need to file this. So we're going to have to take a swag and make a decision as to how much we should bump it up since it's been 89, 99, 2009. So we're looking at 40 years. Okay. Since this number has been adjusted. So we should probably go ahead and just plan on making adjustment, and we're just gonna have to back it into our budget in August and September.
One other comment I have is, I'm not sure, in the entire state of Texas, but this is the only MUD district that we represent that has this exemption amount, that took the action to enact it. So back in '89, apparently it was some concern to this district back then.
Okay. Okay, so is there anything else that we need to discuss on this specific
I did have a
topic?
question.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Website, and it says that 65 or older individuals can receive a homestead exemption of $10,000, and from the school district, and $25,000 exemption from the homeowners. So how does that apply to us? I mean, do they do that in the tax value at the state level and then it tiers down to us?
It applies to their grand total home appraisal. And if you homestead it, you get a $10,000 off the appraised value. If you're 65 and older, there's something that happens to your school taxes. They don't lock down. They don't lock down. They are adjusted based on a locked appraised value of your property, but they don't lock the taxes. So there's some confusion about how school taxes are, for lack of a better term, locked to help seniors. And so what we're offering here is another exemption additional to the homestead, and certainly not school, that would be a MUD exemption for seniors 65 and older and disabled people, property owners.
Here's the question. That's what I want to know. Was
So
it
you
on top of what they already get with the state?
Yeah, so if you were 65, you could have 3 exemptions on your appraisal for your property. And more, maybe if there's even more out there that I don't know about. Senior discounts, if you will.
Okay.
So Catherine, can I talk to Kathy for just a second?
Sure,
Since
go ahead.
She's been asking me about this since I was campaigning. So Kathy, I just want you to know that we are really looking at this closely. We just need numbers before we can make those kind of decisions. Otherwise, we're just really guessing. Like Catherine said, we'll probably have to do during the budget cycle. Maybe the next year we can really hone it in to a better number. But we'll start with something, and if nothing happens, you do have access to the $3,000 exemption. You just need to fill out the form, and perhaps we can put it on the MUD website and make it available. I don't know, or point you to the appraisal district website where it probably resides. Do something to make it a little easier so you can find it.
Right.
I have a couple of questions if I can.
Well, we're past the public comment portion of the meeting, but what I do encourage you to do is actually send your questions to us, because I'm sure the questions that you have are going to be the same questions that other members of our community have. So Megan, what I was going to say to you though, is I think that one of the things that this has shined a light on is that we need to have a space on the website where we advertise our senior discounts, so to speak, because we really do want everybody who's eligible for the discount on their trash service and the discount on their MUD taxes. I don't remember off the top of the head. Do we have different discounts? Do we have different water rates based on that at the same time also? Mackenzie, do you remember off the top of your head?
We do not. They're
Okay.
standard across the board.
Okay. That's so.
It's just the base fee that's adjusted.
Right, right. And the base fee is where we're paying our trash. So, okay. Okay, so is there any other questions that we want to, that are discussion that we need to have as it relates to this specific topic?
Wait, let me look.
I do want to say that I do feel very confident that we can make a substantial change from a dollar amount. I don't, and it's going to have a very minor effect. Only because, the appraised values, I think, in general, are probably 3 times today what they were in 1989. Okay. So let me then jump back to, we're going to jump now to the manager's report. Agenda item number 2. So review of any unresolved invoices.
So there were 3 on hold from last week. Several were voided. We're still waiting on the updated check or updated invoice to come through from Sunscapes to get that one paid out for the them charging the full amount for that first proposal, even though we only approved a not to exceed of 10. So we're still waiting on that one. The 3 on hold were the one from Jana King, check number 5219 for $44.53. I've reached out to them. We still have not heard back yet on basically what we had decided on of figuring up how they calculated that versus how we did to determine if they actually are owed that amount.
Right.
So we're gonna keep that one on hold until we get any further feedback from them. And then we also had check number 5226 from Sage, and that one was postage indeed for March of 2021, and then that amount was $230. I don't remember what exactly we were doing with this one. Linda may have more input on this.
Right. I don't know what to call it, a discrepancy. There was a concern about the number of
I think Linda needed
letters.
some more time to review something on it, and that was
Right.
part of it.
And so I just wanted, just to reiterate, Beth and I did another review of the letters, and I think I sent an email to everybody stating that we verified that the number of letters that went out last month fall in the bracket that generates $230. I think it was it 87, Beth? Is that the number of letters that we were looking to verify?
That is correct. It was 87.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had it on mute. Yes.
Okay.
Sitting there talking to nobody, but yes.
Okay, so do we have any other concerns about this specific check?
Catherine, I do want to bring a point to you and Beth's attention regarding the manager's report and the number of sightings and letters reported there. Sightings equal 80 and letters equal 81. So I don't deny that there were multiple letters sent perhaps to resident or tenant and property owner perhaps, but all those letters didn't make it to the Dropbox, and Allison was trying to put some she received this past Monday up and had a technology glitch. So I can't see anything past the 78 original that were out there at the last meeting. And hopefully she gets that problem resolved and I can see them in the coming future. So I still cannot see beyond 78 letters. And Mackenzie, will you bring up that manager's report so that I can show Catherine what I'm counting so she can see why the manager's report says only 81 letters were sent? It's the Sage Management report that's green from March.
Gotcha. I'm pulling it up right now.
Thank you. And maybe we need to look at a different way of reporting, because this is the kind of information I'm using in my performance review. Can you make that bigger? Or let me see more screen. Where it says 25 trash cans in view, these are what I call the sightings, that whole column all the way down. If you add those numbers equals 80. The next column over are the number of letters and the kind of letters, friendlies, formal, first warning, that kind of thing. And that column equals 81. But if you look at 5 trailers in the sightings equaled 6 letters, it's very possible it was a tenant property owner situation with the letters. So even if you add the letters, there's only 81 being reported. So you and Beth confirm 87. And the question that I have is, what are the other 6 letters for?
Okay.
And hopefully the stuff that Sage transmitted to Allison this past Monday, when it gets put into the Dropbox, that will become evident.
Okay.
Catherine, can I address that?
Sure, go ahead.
The letters, the invoice was changed and the numbers were changed on the invoice to reflect the March 31 night worth of letters. All the PDFs that Linda said were duplicates, they were deducted, and the total number is 87. Everything was sent to her again because apparently they did not go through all the first time. And as the committee is aware and Linda's aware because she was part of the email, the problem has been in the downloading and accessing the Dropbox.
Yeah.
It's not in the reporting and it's not in the letters. It is in the Dropbox.
Let me make a comment. Mackenzie, slide up so we see the night tours, the all the way to the bottom. Here we go. Overnight parking violations. So here you have to add all of these numbers from friendly to first formal and pre-fine. If you add all of those up, there's 19 of those. Okay. So if you slide up and say, okay, in this box, overnight parking, there's 19 violations on both sides of the column, on the citing column, and let's assume on the letter writing column as well. The numbers still only total 80. 80 on the citing side or 81 on the letter writing side. And that's only because of those trailers. The 5 trailers equals 6 letters. So my point remains that when we use this report to determine how many letters were sent, the numbers here do not equal 87.
Well, the summary report is not required. It is a work product for me to just summarize. It is not used to calculate letters. It is used to summarize the number of violations. The letters are always going to be different than the number of violations because of the different things that we encounter. Sometimes we have to send duplicates to the same address because they have different violations. Sometimes we have to send duplicates because it's 2 or 3 owners or a different name on the account, or we have to send it to the person on the CAD. There are times when we send 3 letters out to the same person. So you cannot use the summary of violations to calculate the number of letters. It will not match because it's measuring the number of violations.
Well, actually what I used in addition to this, Diana, was the photographs. You know, because we see more than just this report. Usually the first thing we see, we get all the photographs that you take for each violation. So I use those as well.
2 or 3 photographs
Yes.
of the same property to get different views. So that will also skew the number and not match up with the letters.
Oh, what I did though, to make sure to consider that, is I checked the date and time of the photos when there were, especially for the overnight parking, because you explained you do 1 before midnight, 1 after midnight. So I was real mindful about looking at the dates and times of photos to make sure I didn't confuse that situation. I made sure to count if there, in one of the situations there were 2 cars in the photo, both in violation. So there were 4 photos for that address. I was real mindful to capture that as well. This report though, Diana, it should help us get to the total number of letters submit or sent out, because it captures how many were friendly, how many were pre-fine. I understand it's a work product for you, but if it's presented to the board, it should actually indicate what happened.
The
So
summary.
Catherine, I have a question about this. So
is a
Wait,
work
excuse me,
product for us. The
Wait.
violation report itself that goes to the DRC, it is set up by the DRC and it has the information that the DRC has required us to put in there.
Maybe we need to share that instead then, so that when I'm reviewing, and my review is performance-based, not DRC-based, then these numbers will work every time. And
Well,
Mackenzie,
maybe we
please,
just need
thank
to
you.
submit the
You can
summary
add
to the DRC and then they can report to the board.
Okay, hold on. Beth, you wanted to ask something?
I do, because you and I spent several hours on this weekend. And my question is, from what you and I are getting and what we're doing as a committee, I feel like, why are we doing this and why are we checking it all if there's going to be these conflicts each time?
I agree. It's a frustration because I really feel that.
I mean, we went over this a lot.
Yes, I know. We spent a number of hours on it this weekend. I'm just going to say that I'm comfortable releasing the check, and so let's move on with what other checks do we need to discuss?
I think the only last one we had was the Infomark check of 5227. This was an additional services check. I don't know that Linda's going to be prepared to answer for it tonight because I did respond to her kind of late today with my explanation on it. But I'll let her determine if she is ready or not.
Yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead.
So are you good with the amount that I sent you, Linda, in my email?
You know, Mackenzie, probably not, because I don't necessarily agree with the assessment, how you came to the number. However, I am reviewing a year's worth of Infomark invoices, and I will just annotate your explanation on this one. The only thing I would bring to the board's attention, if they want to see the details that I've actually come up with, I'd be more than happy to share. But on this particular invoice, the cost of the part was $19.12, and the labor was $1,000, or grand total, the bill was $1,070.68. That's a 98% increase over the cost of the part. So if that, we really need to reevaluate the services, because when we do 98% overhead, we're not managing the district's money very well. That's not a good return on our investment. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But if anybody wants the details of this particular invoice that I sent to Mackenzie and Christy and all the gang over there, I'd be more than happy to share it. So Mackenzie, we can let your invoice go at your amount since you claim you talked to your legal counsel. And that's the way you guys have always done it. And I'll just abstain from this vote.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
just, okay, so
Prior
just
to
so
us
I'm,
approving, I would like to go through this because it doesn't sound good when it's prefaced this way.
okay, but hold
So-
on, just let me make a comment, just so I'm understanding. What I'm hearing is that we had a part that cost very little money to buy, but it was very expensive to install.
It was an electrician installing it into an electrical panel. So yes.
Okay. And so,
Um,
and the reason I bring this up is because I once had a repair bill with my car where the repair bill was $5,000 and what they were installing was $100 worth of oil seals. But they had to take the car completely apart in order to put the new seals in the car. And it was all labor. So I'm not, I agree with you, Mackenzie, that the way it was stated was in a bad light, because I have no problem imagining parts that cost very little money are very complicated and expensive to install. So go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, so I'm just going to give everyone a brief overview of what happened here. We had the panel for the gate at Astor Pass Pond. I think it's the pond. I can't remember if it's Pond or Park that we call this one, but
it's the park.
yes, the park. So the gate had been reported by a resident to Catherine, and I think Catherine, you remember this. You sent it over to us.
Yep.
We sent the tech out to investigate it. Phil. He determined that the panel was not responsive at all. There was no LIDA. Like, it was clearly within the panel. That was the problem. That wasn't the locking mechanism or anything like that. So obviously this is beyond your text-based knowledge. From here, we sent it over to the electrician that we have, and he came out, and him and Phil spent about 3 hours taking the entire panel apart, testing it with meters and equipment that only an electrician would have had to determine what in the panel was not receiving power or causing the problem to not allow the panel to work. They determined it was a motherboard, I believe, inside the panel. From there, they buttoned it back up and then left. We did call in for the part, and I do feel that we are confident to refund the call in for the part, even though the electrician did come back out to get on the phone with who we use for our supplier, which is Guardian, and get on the phone with them and troubleshoot exactly what part they needed, because while our electricians are great at their job, these panels are not all standardized, they're not all the same, and this panel is rather old. So we just wanted to ensure we had the correct part being ordered through Guardian, who's an electrician supplier. However, in my opinion, he should have called that same day, and he did not. So we are refunding that. Now, keep in mind, I understand that Linda said that the total bill was $1,070.68. While that's true, the actual amount is $809.08, because Phil's time should not have been on it, and it's already been credited back to the district. So that amount has been taken care of. So the actual amount is $809 and some change. Now from here, your tech then waited about 2 weeks for the part to actually come in. Guardian called him, let him know, hey, it's in. So he ran out, grabbed the part, and then the very next day came out and installed it. So your total labor and all inclusive in this, with the credit of Phil's time and the credit of Cody B's time, which is the electrician to run and grab that to make the call for that part, it makes the total work order cost $630.70. And that was it, in all intensive purposes, of diagnosing exactly inside that panel what was broken. And for us in Infomark, your base fee does not cover an electrician. It doesn't in any of our contracts. And when someone of specialized training and services has to come out, that is billable. And we consider our electricians billable in our contracts. So that is the breakdown of this one. And that was for invoice number 1132089. The initial amount of the invoice was $8,656. With all credits applied, the amount to approve tonight would be $7,961.49.
Okay, so is that on our agenda?
The amount is not, but the check was one that was held. So it is a held check.
Okay, well, I guess the reason I'm asking is we're gonna have to, Bill, do we need to take a vote on each of the checks that we've held back? I know because I'm, at this point, unless somebody, wants to argue another path, for the Janny King check, we're going to continue. It's my understanding we will continue to hold that check until they come back to us and tell us what their proration formula was.
Correct.
That's
And
what
the
we're-
check amount for that one is only $44.53.
Yeah, I know, but there's a principle in there somewhere. So
Oh no, I agree.
okay, so we got the check for $230 to Sage, and what was that check number?
5226.
5226. And then what's your check? The check number?
5227.
5227. And what was that final number?
$7,961.49.
Okay. Okay. So, and those are the third outstanding check is Jenny King. That's it.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And
So
and Sunscape.
oh,
There's-
we got
Yeah,
it.
Sunscapes is a void and replace though. So we're
We're
voiding
waiting
that
for
one.
it. We're waiting for an invoice, so don't approve that one.
Right.
Yeah,
So we're
well,
just going to do
we just don't
these
have anything
two.
to approve.
Yeah,
Correct.
so these two. So I move that we approve and release checks 5226 in the amount of $230 and check 5227 in the amount of $79.61.49. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we have any discussion regarding these other checks? These checks? Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote then. Linda?
No. And the reason I'm saying no is I haven't confirmed Sage's letter count, and the invoicing of Infomark, their contract requires approval prior to what they did, and they didn't seek that approval because they said they don't normally do that. So my answer
Okay.
is no for those reasons.
Okay. Okay, Megan?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay. Agenda item 2B, notice to residents regarding water averaging for the month of February. Okay. So what are we doing? That's going to be a Megan and Beth question with some backup from Mackenzie, I'm guessing.
I didn't put that on the agenda, but
It's
Well, are we
not
put-
either.
Well, are we putting something on the website? That's what I'm trying to understand.
yeah, we're happy to put something on the website. Sure.
Okay. Okay. So,
Maybe Linda, was this requested by you by chance?
No, this is a Beth and Catherine committee.
Oh, no, I'm just curious about who requested it for the agenda, thinking
did.
maybe that person can speak
No,
to
I
it.
didn't request this red tagging or policies and procedures.
no. I'm talking about 2B. We're talking about 2B where we're talking about, because remember we had that averaging issue
Right,
in
right.
February, and were we going to put something, were we going to put something on the website? What were, because
How are we going to notify them was the question.
yeah, that is exactly.
I'm okay with the website. I mean, Megan, I think that's probably the easiest way.
The problem is not everybody goes there. I would
Yeah.
think the water bill might be a better way because, and on the e-pay site, people who electronically pay, put it there as well. The website as well. I mean, transparency means you put it as many places as you can get it.
Right. Well, so we're actually talking about two things. The first one is, have we, dealt with everything that was the result of the averaging that took place in February?
Yes.
I think because we've all had a new read from now, and everything's all, you know, magically synced up. Am I saying that correct?
You are correct. So we, from the averaging month, have had a read since then and corrected anyone that was over averaged.
Okay. So then then we have the second part of this, you know, and subsequent adjustments for true up accounts and other service cost increases. So, as it relates to the other service cost increases, I really think that we need to have a special place as it relates on the website, that where we document what the cost of everything is, and because where our rate is. This is also be the place where we'll talk about applying for your disability or 65 and over exemption for trash, or the reduction for your trash or whatever, and the issue that we just talked about in agenda item 11. So it makes sense to me to sort of put those all in one easy to find place. So I guess the best way to do this is just to say, hey, Megan and Beth, find the appropriate place on the website for this kinds of issues.
Yeah. So the changes that I'm sort of working through would completely sort of rewrite the page on billing to give sort of like very clear details about what the district bills for, how, what the rates are, how we do averaging, all of those things, because right now a lot of that information is sort of scattered throughout the website. Yeah. We have the FAQ page over here, which has some of that information, and it's not on them where you would expect it to be. So I'm sort of working to integrate all of that information that would be in an FAQ page into the actual information that's provided on the page. In the interim, though, for a discrete issue like this that we just want to make sure the word gets out, we can put it on the homepage as like an announcement. And then in the future, when we have sort of a better organized page that's dedicated to that kind of information, we can make sure things go there. Sometimes it's nice, though, if you have a discrete announcement to, even if there is a page dedicated to it, put something on the home page so that it sort of like announces like new stuff that's coming up. So if someone does go to the website, they can see like, oh, this is new or
okay.
So for this, we could do like a front page post about it and about how the district addressed all of that and then credited back. And
so Mackenzie, do you have any recollection, when we have, a rate change, and when I'm talking about rate change, I'm talking about water rates, or we're having a rate change in our waste disposal fees. Do we put something on the invoice to call somebody's attention to it?
Only usually at the request of the board. So if it's something that you guys feel the need to put on the bill, we would. But
okay,
it's been purely at the request of the board, where hit or miss of whether or not it's happened for every rate increase or not. So, okay. And I know that we've always posted things to the district website as well.
Okay. Well, I think that we should probably, just make it a matter of course that, when we've got a change in a water rate and we've got a change in the service fee, which encapsulates the trash fee, that we always go ahead and probably put that on the bill for a couple of months. And Bill's walked away, but if I remember correctly, because we just had something, was it waste fees that we just had a change in? Is that what it was?
Trash
yes, we received
and firefighter.
Yeah,
and
CPI increase.
But they were retroactive 3 months, right? So yeah, we're being told about it, after the fact, right? Because they never get to us beforehand.
Not 3 months. Firefighter was 1 month and waste management was the month.
Okay. Well, so we can't do anything about the firefighters, that we can't control that, but we can probably make some to be more on top of waste management so that we can get that on the invoice because we know when it's supposed to be happening. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay,
So
so
can we put it on the water bill now as well as the web?
well, which one are we talking about?
All of them. You can do all of them at once.
You want to do you just want to do on the next, let's see, on the next blurb, the next bill that goes out, just
The
an FYI.
May bill, something to the effect of, due to the winter storm, we had to average your, I guess it was February bill. All
Yeah,
of it's been corrected now, whatever.
yeah, yeah.
And waste or trash and recycling services increased. They're
Right.
slight, but you should announce them. And fire service increased slightly, but you should announce them because people notice those things on their water bill, and it's better to come out with it up front. And as a matter of fact, the water and waste management have in their contract where they go up automatically every year. They
Right.
increase
Yeah,
5%
that's
every
yeah,
year.
right. And so we should know about that when it's happening so we can get in front of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
But if we could write a little blurb that just kind of puts it all out there at once and then follow up and get the web updated as well. And then just try to get ahead of it in the future where we tell them before it happens or as close to when it happens as we can.
Right. Okay. So
with putting something in the mailers, you guys are going to want to approve a not to exceed amount probably for the bills mailed because it is charged. I think it's like for a color special mailer, our letter sizes are 99 cents each. If you want to do a two-sided or 85 cents each for a single-sided, but I don't know what other fees included if we do the folding and all of that. It's all done in our billing department, but we've done this in the past and we've almost always been well under budget when we approve a not to exceed for anything about, I think like
I was
Yeah, but
thinking of writing it on the bill.
yeah, because there's that little section where you can put notes in it. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, I thought y'all were wanting an actual insert into the bill.
No. Because
Okay.
there's that.
Yeah,
There's that.
that's not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't you go ahead and propose some verbiage because you know how big a space you have.
It's limited, so we'll definitely have to work with the billing department to figure out what we can fit in there and
how
what it
many
will say.
characters and how many lines you've got.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll work with them. Sorry.
Can we use the back of the bill? Is
If
it
you
possible?
do and it's considered a letters, I don't know. I'd have to check. I don't think it's the way that they're processed. If you add something in to a formatted bill that's already formatted where that box is already there, that's not an issue because that box already exists and we just code it into the format of the bill. But if you add on to the back, I don't know that they allow that. It'd more than likely be considered a separate mailer.
Okay. Okay, so what's our timeline in order to have this all sorted out for the next mailing?
Let us get with our billing department to figure out what character wise we're working with, and then what committee do we want to work under for this is my question.
Right.
Customer care?
Yeah, customer care is fine. I'm okay
And
with
then
that.
whatever we do for customer care obviously can be different than whatever goes on the website because we have more space. So we could work with Beth and Megan on that side to figure out what to put on the website.
Right. But I still would like you to come back and, tell me what my timeline is.
Oh, that's not a problem. I should hopefully know the character spacing by tomorrow sometime. They're not hard to get a hold of. They're in our Houston office. And then
Okay.
hopefully from there, we can propose something or we'll work with customer care, give you guys the character spacing and let you guys figure out how we want to format it into that little blurb. And then from
Okay.
there, we'll get it into the May bill,
Okay.
which they go out around the 20th. And I think we only need a few day lead time, maybe 5 days total ahead of it to get it into the system.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we're at the end of the month. So we're talking about something that's going out, by Memorial
Correct,
Day.
because bills have already gone out this month. They went out on the 20th.
Yes, you're right. So this can actually be a reviewed and approved at a board meeting then. Because it'll be,
I don't think we have a board meeting until after the 20th of next month.
oh, really? Hold on.
If I look at dates.
Hold on. What's going on next month?
The third Wednesday will be the 19th. So the thing is we're going to have it approved a few days before the bills go out. So that would be cutting it a day
Yeah,
before.
see, the 17th would even be, I bet you the 17th is too late.
Yeah, I probably so. They like to have everything in and done the Friday before bills go out usually. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we approve it now? Because how complicated is it? You're just announcing facts. Can we
Well, the
approve
thing
it
is
now?
we don't know the character spacing and size of the amount of words we can put in it.
Yeah,
It wouldn't matter if the customer care committee's okay with how it fits in the box and it covers the facts that we're trying to convey. I would have no objection to you guys approving it and getting it on that May bill.
Okay, so what we're looking to say is the what is it? The waste management fee has gone up. Is that what we're looking to say? Let's talk. Let's agree on what we're trying to get in here. That the
And that your winter storm stuff has been corrected.
Yeah.
Winter storm.
And then what I heard her say also is that we want to announce that there's an increase with the
firefighters and
Yes.
Trash disposal.
Yes. Megan, did you catch anything else that I missed? But those are the things that I wrote down that I heard that we wanted, correct?
That's what I wrote.
The three things.
Okay.
But I have to.
Adjustment? Is that what you're gonna call it?
What Art? Sorry.
We could call it the winter storm over averaging has been corrected
There you
or
go,
something
over
like that. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
writing this down. So
Yeah. And then that there has been an increase in for the fees for firefighters and waste management disposal.
correct. I
Trash
have both of
recycle.
those as well.
They won't understand waste management, but trash and recycle.
Yes.
Okay, trash and recycle. Okay.
And their service fees, Catherine, their service
Right.
fees on the
Right.
water bill.
Yeah, service fees. Yeah.
That pretty much covers it.
Okay. So if we all agree that those are the three things that we're trying to convey, and then we'll figure out how many characters and lines we have to work with to do it.
Mackenzie, is that even possible to put all those, or do we have to do this in 2 separate months?
If I can get this, I think I can get this shortened down enough. I think we'll be fine if we have 3 lines in there. If not, what we can do is dictate what takes priority. I mean, I really don't know how to go about it if they can't all fit. However, I think that they will.
Hey,
Okay.
Here's a look at a bill. And this one has 10 lines.
Yeah,
big
so we
lines.
should be okay.
You should be fine. And now
Would
you-
y'all want to put anything in there regarding the senior rate stuff
No.
that we discussed earlier?
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet. No, not yet.
That's
In fact,
just-
that might be something that might be a new permanent thing on the bill. If you're over 65, please apply for your discounts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Should have
Okay.
plenty of space.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be good. Okay. So committees. Report, agenda item 3, report from the customer care committee. Okay. A, red tagging residents for shut off due to non-payment of water bill. And this is really sort of, also, we've got a whole bunch of stuff right now that's sort of dealing with the same issues. B is the district policy for automatic red tagging of residents of delinquent accounts and failure to respond to communications, and the removal of the pandemic protocols. So let's take some low hanging fruit here, and let's talk about 3B first. And but also for Mackenzie, didn't I ask for some sort of report that was going to talk to us about?
You did. We were going to get you a delinquent spreadsheet, and we asked for the billing department to send it over. They have not yet gotten it to us.
Okay.
However, we can tell you there are roughly 54 people with a balance over 300 that does not encompass DRC fines.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I wanted to talk about is, in talking with Lee, one of the things that she's told me is that with a number of people who are very delinquent, she's not even getting them to respond. They're not responding to to the emails. They're not, when she calls them on the phone and they actually answer the phone and she explains who she is, they're basically hanging up on her. So I really feel that when we have a failure to communicate, that the appropriate response is going to be, we're gonna red tag you and we're gonna start turning your water off. Because the first thing we got to do is we got to talk, because that's what
They'll
we
call
want you to
you.
do.
They'll
What?
call you after that.
Well, that's just it, and that's because what we're really trying to do is just start the lines of communication. If you've got issues, let's get you on a payment plan. But what's not appropriate is just not paying your water bill and not working trying to work to solve the process. Does anybody have any anything to add to how we should talk, how we should address the issue of residents who are severely delinquent, who refuse all attempts at communication?
Have letters been sent to them?
Yes.
And the letters come back?
Well, it's not about the letters coming back. Listen, just, that's not an excuse for paying your bill. I'm talking about you're being emailed, you're being called on the telephone.
Right. You're not communicating.
You're just not communicating.
Mackenzie, of those 54 delinquent accounts, how many of those would you estimate are non-communicado people, residents?
Probably 15 to 20-ish, I would say.
That's manageable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's getting the number down.
Yeah.
Catherine, we have an option of having the constables deliver a letter for us.
Wouldn't that cost more instead of just doing the rag tag on their door and giving them a 24-hour notice?
You could do the red
Isn't
tag.
that cheaper?
Yeah, probably cheaper. If that doesn't work, though, I'm saying that is you can do the red tag. It's cheaper. But are you going to shut off their water if they don't?
After 24 hours or 48 hours, whatever we put on there, it would be shut off.
Yeah, because we're talking about, we're not
I'm going to throw a wrench in here. What happens if these people have a medical condition?
Yeah, then we got to.
Well, I'm not arguing about that. Remember, what the whole purpose of the red tag in this situation is please talk to us
to get attention.
Yes,
well, I understand, but if they're inoperable, I mean, they can't, go to the door or something. Is there a way to communicate with them other than what we've been doing?
Maybe. How about this? How about this as a suggestion? With the red tag in that same bag, include a notice. Well, I'm sure on the red tag it might say, if you don't call us by such and such a date or time, we're going to have to turn off your water. Communication is essential to maintain water service. That puts the onus on them. And if they don't, then I guess you shut it off and they'll call you to get it turned on, and now you have their attention.
Yes.
And that is pretty standard for what we would put on a red tag anyhow.
Okay.
Would be some sort of prompt for them to communicate with us.
Right.
We're talking no more than 20 people, approximately.
So yeah, right now we're talking about, a policy. Like I said, we got an awful lot of things interacting together that we're sort of tripping over because of our COVID-19 protocols. So right now what we're talking about is we've got about 20 residents who we're going to go ahead and red tag because we haven't been able to they refuse communication in order to address the issue. Yeah.
Catherine, can I interject?
Please do.
To put a framework around it, the district has a current moratorium on disconnects for non-payment.
Right.
So that we really need to address how we're going to modify that moratorium rather than target specific people. So if people are communicating, then I assume, Lee, are they getting on payment plans as well?
I have not had luck thus far with getting a lot of these people on a payment plan. They will not respond to me in a way where they confirm that they do want a payment plan. If I get a response, it's usually, I don't know who you are.
Okay, but out of the 54, are any of those people trying to get on payment plans?
I think I have 3 who are on payment plans currently.
Okay. So Catherine, communication that doesn't lead to a payment plan of some sort is not real communication. So we
Okay.
actually have a higher number, maybe 50, 51, that aren't getting on payment plans and aren't paying. So if you start with the moratorium first, if the board wants to lift that moratorium, then that means the normal processes will go forward. And if people
Okay.
respond and get on a payment plan, they'll get a payment plan. And I think, Catherine, you can still authorize extended ones. But if they don't respond, their service will be terminated.
Okay.
I think that's the process you have to follow, rather than say, let's pick these 20 people to red tag and terminate. I don't think you should do that.
Okay. Okay. So well, then let's jump to 3C, and let's talk about the pandemic protocol. So, Mackenzie, how many other districts are you dealing with that have gone ahead and removed the late fees and the water shut off because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Very few have lifted him.
Okay, so we're still sitting in where most of the people are continuing. Most of our neighboring MUDs then, or MUDs in the state, are still running no fees, no water shut off. Okay. So the rest of the board, what's your opinion of how we should move forward if the rest of if we're still are we going to follow what the rest of the world is doing, or are we going to go off on our own?
I think the one thing that I would be interested in finding out is we've got 54 of them, right? And a lot of people here are going back to work or still working. We're in Austin. There's still a lot of people working here. But if they are working, right?
Why aren't they paying their water bill?
Yes. Or if nothing has changed from, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. I think those are the things we need to find out, because if they're not paying anything,
that is really,
if that delinquency started way before the pandemic, if we can find that timeline, then we shouldn't delay that, because they were doing it before. They're just using this now to
yes,
avoid the water bill.
To extend it, yes.
Yes.
And how many of those 54 accounts fall into that category?
That's what we need to find out.
Exactly. I did go to the Texas Public Utilities Commission today, or their website, and their calendar for halting water and sewer shutoff is set for June 13th. And following their lead allows sufficient time to notify residents that would be affected by this action and give clear instructions on what to do if they have a serious illness or personal safety issue that needs to be considered prior to the action. Instructions on how to set up a payment plan should be included as well.
Okay.
So, if we follow the lead of a Texas agency, then we definitely shouldn't be in the crosshairs of anyone.
Well, then let's look at it from another point of view. Then there's enough time for us to put an actual flyer in the water bill that will tell them that, starting in June, we're turning off our no late fees and water shut off policy for the pandemic, and that if you have, and so that they can set up, make arrangements to set up a payment plan. To me, that sounds like a reasonable path to go down to, because that'll give us time to then put it on the website, get it in the water bill, and people will know that come June, you're going to need to start figuring out how to start paying your water bill.
I think that's reasonable.
I agree.
Okay. Well, then, okay. Yeah, let's make a motion then. And so Linda, I'll let you go ahead and make the motions, because you're the one who went and looked at the Public Utility Commission, and then we'll get go ahead and make your motion, then we'll talk.
Let's see if I got everything. Okay. The motion is that the general manager prepare notification material announcing the end of the pandemic protocol for water services, what that means to the account holders, and includes instructions on what to do for additional consideration and payment plans.
And it will be included in the bill going out for May.
To be included in May's water bill.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And Linda, are you specifying a date on which the moratorium will be lifted?
Did we say June? Are you going to go with the June 13th?
Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll just follow the June 13th protocols. I gotta turn some more lights on in here. Sitting
Yes,
in the
ma'am, the
dark.
answer is yes, June 13th deadline or lifting of moratorium.
Right.
I would also like to offer, we did have a Houston rep offer to make phone calls to people who have balances. We can ask that this list get sent over to her and she can start working on it amongst the other districts that we are making calls on. Is that something you guys would like?
I would say yes. I would like to say yes.
Well, so is that just something, so is that a special
It's just
project?
a rep. No, it's just a rep in Houston that's already doing these calls. The only thing is we can't put like a deadline of when she would finish them or anything like that because she is working on other districts, but we can put it in her queue to get this rolling.
Can I suggest that we put the information in the water bill notices first, and those people that don't respond, those are the ones we'd like someone to call. Right?
So,
I would like, I'm gonna jump on that one and say we should do both, just because I know what the balances are on some of these, and if we can get them to, come aboard sooner, that would be great. I mean, because some of these balances are just huge.
Yeah.
So if we can try both ways, so we're sending something in the mail, then we have someone that's offered to make the call too. Why don't we try both?
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
We need to see the message first, right? Before somebody starts making calls. What's the message?
Well, they know, I mean, everybody knows they've got to pay their water bill.
I know, what's the message?
The message isn't going to be something that would be the same for everyone. You're not going to have the same conversation. However, they would offer our standard 3-month payment plan and do their best to get them to enter into a payment plan.
Yes.
And the call notes are logged into the AVR system. So we'd be able to then go back and double check and see, okay, what of the conversation did happen. If they decided to decline it, so be it. They would let us know. We could check that off on our list that this person did decline, and that's something we can bring back to the board.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's great.
Somebody, so do you actually have that happen? Somebody's in arrears in their water bill and they decline a payment plan?
They typically would actually just hang up.
Really? Okay.
And pretend like they weren't just talking to this person.
Can we try for a second on my motion first?
Oh yeah, let's do that. I'm sorry. I'll second that. Okay. So, yeah, we got a little bit diverted there. So let's do that. Let's get this motion going first. So do we have any more discussion about adopting June 13th, I think is the magic date. And then we'll be able to start following the standard protocols for when we have people in arrears. So anything else to offer before I call the vote?
The only thing that I had written down for discussion was email material by May 10th to each board member for prior review so that we can vote to release it in the May 17th meeting.
Okay.
And then add water services and protocol materials to the May 17th agenda.
Okay.
How's that?
Sounds good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. So that's Linda.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Beth.
Yes.
Art.
Yes.
And I vote yes too. Okay, so then let's talk real fast then, because Mackenzie, you said that we can also get somebody making phone calls to see if they can, for people who are in arrears, to see if we can't get them to make payments. So just so I'm clear, this happens anyway, doesn't it?
It would, but it typically would fall on Lee to do something like this. This is not going to be on Lee. This would be a rep out of Houston making these calls for a more specialized reason than we have someone who's in arrear or whatever the case may be.
Okay, so then the next question is, where is this falling in the contract?
This, like I said, this isn't going to be a special project or anything like that. This is something that Houston volunteered to do because it's going to be harder on our end when we don't get these payments in for you guys. And then we have an influx of people who are upset and angry when the moratorium ends and we're cutting water. So we're really doing everyone a favor, including ourselves, getting these people entered into payment plans and so on and so forth. So that's part of the reason why we're already doing this.
Why you're reaching out and saying, please let us do this for you.
Yes. And so I guess my next question is going to be, if we do this, is there any way we want to put a threshold amount? Let's say somebody owes upwards of $2,000 and it's water bill mostly or only, or whatever the case may be, whatever stipulations you guys would like to put on it. I know our current standard is a 3-month payment plan. Is there any reason or way, or you guys would want to extend that? Let's say I'm a Houston rep. I call somebody, their bill's rather large. They can't do 3 months, but they say they can do 6. Is that something the board is willing to compromise on? Or
yes.
what is, but then the question is, what is the limit?
So right now, I think 6 months is pretty much the max.
That's fine. And then we can also let them know that obviously just for this specifically, the board has doubled the standard amount of time.
Right.
Because that shows true too. So we can definitely do that. I know that it will get a better turnout if we have a little bit more than 3 months for the people that have rather large bills.
Okay. Yikes. Okay. So Bill, do we need to pass a motion in this particular case? What do we need to do?
We're talking about the payment plan.
Yeah, we're talking about
payment plan.
Yeah, what we're talking about is having a one-time. We're having a sale is what we're doing, and Infomark has offered to go sell everybody on the prospect of paying their water bill who are behind, and we're going to offer a 6-month water payment plan to catch everybody up to get through the pandemic protocols.
Yeah, I think you ought to do a motion just so Infomark's clear that you changed the standard.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we accept Infomark's offer to reach out to our clients, our customers who are in arrears because during pandemic protocol, and offer them up to a 6-month payment plan in order to get them on a payment plan prior to June 13th, when pandemic protocols go away.
And they won't have a chance to get on a plan like that. So I think this is fantastic.
Okay. So did I mash that up right? Did I make it clear enough? Did I get all the pieces in there?
I think the motion's clear. You'll need a second.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. So do we have any more discussion about what our objective is? Remember, our objective is to make contact with as many people as possible, get them on a payment plan for those people who are in arrears for pandemic protocol.
And log it in that AVR system, right?
Right. Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote then. Linda?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay,
One
so
thing before you move away from here, Mackenzie or Lee, would you make a note to please send me the list of outstanding account balances or account holder balances that
Yes.
Beth is referring to?
Yes.
We will get that out to the whole board. We'll blind CC or have Bill's office send it out. We just haven't gotten the finalized list yet, but as soon as we do, we will send it out to the board.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you will have that material to us by May 10th, right? You got that?
Yes, the material for the bills?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
The notification material announcing the end of the protocol for water services, what it means to the account holder, and includes instructions on what to do for additional consideration and payment plans.
Correct. We'll have to work with customer care on that one, but yes, we will intend to get that done and out before the 10th.
Thank you.
Okay, so agenda item 4, report from the Management Security Committee, which is Linda and I. And right now, Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, we have, we've run into a problem with Williamson County in that they don't have any available sheriffs.
As I understand it, our problem is not just Williamson County, but Travis County, Cedar Park Police, the constables.
Yes.
Nobody just wants to do that middle of the night dark run.
Well,
unless
is
you
it just,
found somebody. I think we've contacted everyone on both counties.
well, but it's not because we're asking for night tours, so to speak. It's that they literally don't have the available man hours to say, sure, I'm okay with you hiring my guys to do that. Am I?
You're
not-
correct. So the problem is stuff like this is not considered within their realm of scope of their normal duties. So this is something considered as a side job through the contracted county, city, whoever you hire through. And they don't have enough employees right now to cover their current daily stuff that they deal with, let alone people signing up for side jobs. So
right.
The only one that I have not heard back from, I believe, was Cedar Park. I have a call into them, which Travis County actually gave me their number to call them. And I have not heard back, but they were very fast to say that they did not have the capacity to do so. And I will say, just for all intents and purposes, even here in Round Rock where I live, we were being told that Round Rock PD and constables and things like that for Williamson County aren't patrolling enough out here because they're understaffed. So it seems like a common problem everywhere, not even just who can support the district.
Okay. So this is, I have a recollection of being at a case conference. It wasn't going to be 2018, 2019. So Art, I'm trying to tell me if you were at the same conference, and there was an awful lot of discussion, a lot of breakout sessions about patrolling, and they had companies who were that were talking about had been hired to handle, and they were really sort of overseeing the whole relationship between first responders in the community. Do you remember being part of that? Seeing any of those breakout sessions?
And there one called SEAL?
I don't remember. All I remember was thinking, because they were talking about having severe problems, and that was one of the reasons why severe crime problems in the communities, and that's why the MUDs went through the effort of hiring this special security company, and they talked about having really good results.
But but when you do that, you've got to give them 40 hours, which, I mean, it wouldn't be bad to do that, but I don't know what it would cost, but I do, from what I remember, I think it's called SEAL.
Okay. Well, and I also know that a couple of years ago that Jana, when she was a director, she went down, did a lot of research in hiring another private organization to do security patrols, but ultimately we decided against it because we really wanted more of a first responder presence in the district. So this is really sort of what I'm asking. And Linda, where do we want to go? We know that right now it seems that there is a worker shortage as it relates to as it relates to constables and deputy sheriffs, or police officers with Cedar Park. So the question is, where do we want to go? Do we want to say, let's put this on the back burner for 90 days, see, and just keep pinging everybody? What do we want to do?
I think what I did do a little checking on our neighboring MUDs, and two of them do hire those rental security guards.
Okay.
And one of them does do, I think, a 40-hour week, rotated between two guards, but the other one doesn't do 40 hours. So I think there's a lot of companies that do that service right now. And what I noticed was that a lot of them have deputies. I don't know if that's deputy sheriff deputy, whatever, I do not know, but that's in their title. So I know there's a lot of companies out there that do it. I think what I'd like to do is explore the costs of doing that, what kind of services we could get, because right now I think our primary focus is that nighttime drive.
I agree.
Constables are still doing the school zones for us. So if we could find a security company that could do, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours in the middle of the night.
Well, Linda, what I'm really starting to wonder is if these other private companies have sort of hired up all of the extra hours that the deputies have to devote to something like this.
Maybe.
So we might be able to achieve what we're looking for, which is I think we all agree that we would prefer to have a deputy versus a non first responder. So I agree. I think that maybe what has happened is, the private companies are paying better. And so that's why they're not available to come work for us. That might be what's going on.
Well,
So
I
think we should go that route.
I'm
And
sorry.
what kind of qualifications do we want them to have?
The ability
Gotta
to
be a police officer for one.
they have to have marked vehicles so that they're known when they're driving,
Okay.
so that people
Okay.
know they're there, because that's the biggest deterrent right there.
Yes.
And they have to be bonded and insured, and the company that we contract with takes care. They're their employees. We're just renting them. So we would
Right.
just have a contract with a security company to provide security services that involve patrolling the district streets,
Right.
looking for things that are out of order. And
Okay.
we
But
could do an RFQ or something.
But we're not anticipating that they're going to be confronting somebody if they see something.
I don't know how they work, Catherine, but I would expect if they saw something that required like an arrest, I don't know that they have that ability, but they sure need to know how to dial 911 and get somebody here quick.
Yes, I agree.
Hopefully we don't have those kind of situations. I was going to ask Mackenzie to check with the constables to see how many arrests they've made since they've been employees of the district. Ideally, we have good deterrence with them driving around in marked cars and having a true presence on every street for, I'm guessing, 5 hours a night or 4 hours a night in that sweet spot window where people like to break into cars and things.
Mhm.
And just try to deter the situation. If they find something that's going on that's a violation of the law, they have to call the police.
Right. At the very minimum, I agree.
At minimum, they have to call the police.
So I think we're sort of all on the same page in terms of, what our goal is. So I think that I don't think there's anything for us to do here. We just need to agree on the path that we're going to go down and see what we can come up with. Because right now, I think we're using less than 50% of the hours that we designated, correct? Because all they're doing is handling basically school zones in the morning and the afternoon. Am I correct?
And the guy that we talked to that day, sometimes he comes around a little later in the afternoon because I think our window ends at 6. So sometimes he comes in the district between 4 and 6, a little extra coverage in the drive hours, but they're not using all the hours we allotted to the constables.
Because they don't have there aren't enough. There aren't enough of them. Okay.
So how about if I explore those private security companies and come back with some ideas?
Okay.
And costs and what they can do for us.
Yes. Okay.
And Linda, it is sealsecurity.com if you want to look at that.
What's it called again?
Sealsecurity.com.
Got it. Thank you. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe next month I can have something to tell you. How's that?
Okay. So agenda item 5, report from the Bills and Invoice Committee, 5A Cedar Park Fire Protection Rate Increase.
we've already covered A and B, really.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Okay, so 5C is record keeping, reports for engaging in additional services attached to invoicing. And let me guess, Linda, what you're talking about is when it shows up on an invoice, you need to have something from the committee that made the request.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
As the contract terms specify.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And somebody was going to make I think somebody was going to make a form in the future, but in the interim, a little paragraph report is just fine.
Okay.
I made one today, Linda, because I had to do that for that touchstone thing last month. So I put one together if you want to see it.
Love to see it.
Yeah, I did it just for the, kind of just to do the one that I had to do, but if the board likes it, we can adopt it for all.
You did a form?
Yeah. I mean, it basically goes by what information the resolution says that we have to provide.
Yeah.
Give me a
Sound
sec.
like you have a cold there, like you're having allergies.
Yeah. Well, I have kids who are back in school. I bring home. There's more than just COVID out there, it turns out.
So I love the idea of a form. That's simple. And can we agree that it is attached to the invoicing that has those additional services charged?
Yes.
That's really what this item was. Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Can y'all see that?
Oh,
Sure.
yes.
Okay. So, and I can adjust it. It was just, so Beth and I filled ours out for when I have to send it to Michael, but
That's perfect. It's really simple. I like simple.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So reason
Does
for
someone want to
requesting
make a
word-
motion to approve it?
Sure. Well, it's your form, Megan. You go ahead and make the motion.
okay. Motion to approve the services requested by standing committee between board meetings, committee report form. And then do we also want to have in as part of the same motion that it will be filled out and attached to the invoices?
Yeah. Can I ask you, could you call it the additional services? Because that's how it's written in the resolution. These are additional services.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now that matches. We can put them together. Yes, if you would add them together, then it's all done.
Okay. So, okay, you made the motion. I'll go ahead and second it so that I can ask some more questions. So for instance, if Beth and I approve sending Sage out to go do something, then if we go ahead and fill this out and send it to Michael, then he will have it with the Sage invoice for you to review. Are we sort of on the same page then?
That's exactly what would happen.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make. That's what I wanted to verify then. Okay. So if you guys want Herb to come to your Parks Committee meeting or whatever, then you're just going to fill this out and send it to Michael and he will put it with the appropriate invoice. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think when they transmit that thing, they would say, please add this to Herb's invoice for the month, or please add this to Touchdown's invoice for the month.
Okay.
Because Michael won't know what to do with it unless you tell him.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I get that. Okay. So I'll go ahead. Does anybody else have any comments? Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote then. Linda?
We have to have a second. We need it. I'll second.
I thought no, I seconded it. Megan made the motion. I seconded it.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay.
I seconded it. Yes. Okay. Linda?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes. Beth?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
Okay, and I say yes too. Okay, so agenda item 6, report from the Parks Committee committee. 6A, replacement of plants and trees, district property right of way damaged by the storm.
So there was, as we all know, a lot of damage to a lot of our plants and trees. Scott from Sunscape went around and did an inventory of what, he waited a while, so it was clear what was going to come back and what wasn't. And then went around and did an inventory of what's going to need to be replaced. And I can actually share that as well, if you'd like.
Please do.
Pretty
Because,
extensive.
yeah, because, well, I'm assuming what's going on is we've got what we'll call shrubs, and then we've got trees in various states. Some of them might be, were planted as part of a beautification project of a pond. We might have trees that were actually, destroyed because of ice damage, limb damage, etc. So, okay, go ahead. How bad was bad?
So, what he tried to do in this proposal, in any case, is to look at what it would be to replace things as close to the sizes and whatever that they are. So rather than put back a teeny tiny baby, it's going to take years to grow. Obviously, if it was a giant tree, you can only, put back a giant tree. But so the way that he did it is he broke down the district into sections. And then for each section, he did kind of the inventory of what needs to be replaced and the work associated with replacing it. So for section 1, which is kind of down Hatch Road, it's not horrible,
Okay.
$500. But then you get to section 2, which is all along El Salito, and the entryway, and that alone is,
$20,000. Okay, so hold on. Let me read this one. I'm just looking at. Whoa! So we had knockout roses that didn't make it, and the agave and mountain laurel. Wow! See, 30-gallon mountain laurel. Those are big.
Yeah.
What is it? The whale's tongue. Yeah, I don't think there's a whale's tongue to be found alive in the district.
Yeah.
They are gone.
Yeah.
We should things that didn't survive, and we should look at what did and make those our target plants, because we know they can take the worst.
Well, I agree. I understand what you're saying, but this event was probably the worst winter storm in the sense of how long it was cold and how cold it got. Because this was, I've been here since the fall of 1990, and I have never had 10 days of what below 10, because that's really what really killed us.
But the climate is changing, remember?
Yeah, it's supposed to be getting warmer, but well, the thing about, but we all have to remember the thing about, the climate is changing. What it means is that we have bigger peaks and bigger valleys. So we have more severe cold snaps.
Worse summers.
Yeah, and worse summers. So I guess
keep scrolling. I want to see.
Let me see what else. So we got redbud.
The section 3 is, the kind of still on El Salito and then down to Gama. So, not horrible.
Boy. Okay. And what was, so section 3 is only 2,700. Show me again on the map what section 4 was.
Section 4 is.
Oh, that's Valente Hills. Yeah, that's Valente Hills.
And
okay.
Anderson Mill Pond.
That's not too bad either.
No, that's not too bad. And then section 5, what was section 5? Really, Turk's Cap didn't make it, because my Turk's Cap is coming back. How interesting.
What happened to the irrigation in section 4? Did it bust?
Maybe it must have been. I'm not sure. Must have been.
What is CT as a unit of measure? Do you know?
count, maybe?
Where,
Just maybe for things that are like count, like single count, maybe?
yes, single count.
Oh, okay. So 15-gallon water bags per count is one. Oh, it's $147 for the bag. Okay, that's fine. So, so show me section 4 again was where?
Yeah, so section 4 is Valente Hills.
Oh, okay. And then section 5 is going to be what? Lakeline Oaks, Hunter's Glen. Is that sort of what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Backside there. And then section 6 is Lakeline Oaks and Lakeline
Okay.
Oaks.
Okay.
And
Well-
just so that you guys know, Megan and I have walked. You know, we have gone and looked at a lot of this ourselves.
Some of it, but we have gone to see some of what's going on.
And this isn't just, you know, thrown in here. There is a lot of damage everywhere.
Well, one of the things that I think that we have to jump on immediately is that we have to get our irrigation repairs done. And I'm assuming that they're just going to take care of that through their normal course and scope of their of the contract. And we're just, we have to get that done so that as we move into the warmer part of the season, we don't have losses due to our irrigation systems being down.
Catherine, the way these are annotated, it says all the irrigation alterations, repairs, and adjustments. So maybe those happen only if they're planting. It would be helpful to know if they're repairing broken irrigation from the storm, or if they're just suggesting that when they do these new plantings, they're going to alter some lines to make sure these guys get water.
I think that it's actually just a buffer in case they hit an irrigation line. Because they've done that on proposals before where they're going to be doing extensive work where we have irrigation lines, and they just include that cost in it as a buffer just in case something were to happen.
Okay.
So it looks like we've lost a 45-gallon Texas Red Oak, a 30-gallon Mountain Laurel.
We've lost a few. There are, some of them just are not coming back, but some of them are starting to come back, but not many.
Yeah.
The ones that he has done, and I will tell you that Scott and I went and took a tour together, and he really was trying to be very cautious on all this. And if he could find any life on any of these trees, he did not mark them.
Include it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he really was hoping that a lot of this would come back, but some of them just couldn't make it.
Okay, so let me ask then. So a lot of times we have money in the budget for, plantings and stuff. Do we have any money in the budget right now that we can?
Yes. Yeah, we have the budget has $10,000 for trees, for new trees.
Okay.
And there's $5,000 for new shrubs. And
Really?
then, yes. And then there's another 500 that was budgeted specifically for new plantings for the garden of the wild things.
Okay.
So, we had approved earlier last month, I guess, the landscaping to be done at El Solido and Spider Lily.
Right. And that was part of that $15,000 you're talking about? Or
it's landscaping, so
is it all part of the same budget line? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, there's two budget lines. Well, so there's two budget lines. One is for trees, one's for shrubs. I don't know. I don't know that we specified which one that's going to the work. Scott hasn't done the work yet.
Okay.
You know what we're gonna put that under. I sort of assumed that it was like landscaping plant stuff.
Okay.
That's kind of where it belongs.
Maybe scroll to the bottom. I can't see the total.
Yeah.
So my biggest is, because it was a natural disaster, I'm like, What kind of emergency funds?
Well, see, so this is the question. Is this something that we can get reimbursement, from, from the FEMA or the national disaster?
So I have a little bit of an update on that. Not personally from them myself. However, another district that is in the same boat as y'all regarding wanting to replace their trees and their plants that they lost. And they were told that that was not considerable for any emergency funds. And they were actually told also by the FEMA rep that their attorney, I believe, was able to speak to that even though they sustained some pretty heavy damages to park pavilion bathrooms, they don't have a community center building that falls under the limited district that this is referring to. They were told also that those would not qualify either because it's not a place of dwelling.
Wow.
So are you saying that the damage at 1000 Old Mill might be covered?
Be correct. So I actually asked for their attorney to send me over the rep's info. I haven't gotten it yet, but this was just last night at 9:00 at night. We had this
Okay.
meeting. So I'm
Okay.
hoping that I can get a hold of this rep and then possibly push in for WTC to see what we could do for 1000 Old Mill. However, they were basically very clear on no plantings, trees, anything, or even park bathrooms that they had over $10,000 worth of damage on.
Wow. Okay. Well, then this is my suggestion. We've got money in the budget. I'm happy with the Parks Committee reviewing the spaces, the places that need to be repaired, and you making a suggestion as to where you think you should apply the money, whether that says, you've got, we're just going to take care of this section all at once, or you're going to pick and choose. And then we're coming into budgeting season for next year, so that we can go ahead and then whatever you have left over, we can go ahead and make that part of next year's budget. And we're going to we're running out of planting season here shortly. So my suggestion is that you be ready to talk about this in May.
Yes. I think we will be. Wouldn't you agree, Megan?
Yeah,
I mean-
and I'm not thrilled about putting in any trees right now. I mean,
No, and you can make you can make that decision that you're not going to put any big trees. You're just going to deal with smaller stuff.
yeah, I'm just worried we're just getting a little too close to the time of year that I just want to maximize the chances that they live. So,
well,
it's already-
the other thing that you can think about is to prioritize, the areas that you choose, make sure that they have irrigation, because if irrigation, solves a lot of problems. If all you've got is a gator bag, I'd say go ahead and wait until next fall and make it part of next fall.
Yes, true. That's a good point. So how do you want to handle it? Do you want Beth and me to come back with these are the exact locations and and get approval, or does the board want to approve an amount and then let us work with Scott to
Well, I am comfortable having, you've got a budget that you can work with. I'm not interested in micromanaging, what plants you choose to put at what corner in the ground. It's like, this is why we have subcommittees. I just say work within your budget and say we're ready to move forward, and this is how we're going to spend the money. I'm not going to be questioning you about your choice of whether we put something in Valente Hills or Lakeline Oaks, because my anticipation is it's going to take 2 budget cycles, but we're going to replace what has been lost, because this actually is a really important look and feel to our community, in terms of making our community look good. So,
yes.
So does anybody?
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Art. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I didn't hear you. Art, go
No,
ahead.
I was gonna ask, so you mentioned earlier 15,000 that we have, right? That we could use for this? And then on the next budget cycle, we'll actually make that a specific budget item, like a winter storm recovery budget, where we could allocate more funds to it and do a second phase or even a third phase.
Yes.
Okay. I agree that's a good way to do it.
Okay.
I don't have any issues about locations you pick or any of that, but I am truly concerned that the Parks Committee pick native plants, pick
Yes.
plants that survived the
Absolutely.
storm, repeat offend, keep doing what worked, and don't go doing the things that died. That's all
I agree. I agree. Okay, so just because I'm a plant person, can you go ahead and send me a copy of
Me too.
this? Yeah,
Me too. I'd like to look.
I'm sorry, curious as to what didn't make it, because I can tell you that my Rosa Sharon's did not make it, and my father told me, he says there isn't a whale's tongue to be found in Sun City. He says the place had lots of them. It was a major plant that they chosen, and he says every single one of them is dead in Sun City now. So,
Wow.
yeah, I'm thinking maybe not that one. I think they're pretty ugly too. So,
A lot of roses on my street, the rose plants that people have out in there, they all made it. I think that's crazy.
You mean like
The rose bushes.
But we did lose some. Okay.
So Catherine, if I could interject, are we approving anything tonight? Is the board approving anything?
I don't think are we approving anything? I think what we've agreed is that actually I guess we are authorizing the Parks Committee to move forward to spend their budget. So I guess the question is, how do you handle that from a motion point of view if they're just going to spend their budget?
Well, definitely need a motion.
Okay.
I guess you're authorizing the Parks Committee to enter into a contract with Sunscapes to replace, trees and plantings within the district up to a certain dollar amount.
Okay.
If that's what you want,
that's
what you want to do tonight, if you really want to authorize them to spend money.
Yeah.
If you wanted to be pretty specific, it's coming from the Parks Capital Improvement section of the budget. 10,000 that is allocated to trees and 5,000 that is allocated to shrubs, 500 that is allocated to the Garden of the Wild Things. So that would make a total of 15,500. However, the amount would be a little less since the approval for the plantings on the corner were approved at that last meeting. That will likely come out of that as well.
Okay, so we know what that number is then?
15,500.
No, I'm talking about the approval because last month we already approved something. It was
Spider Lily Corner.
It was. Let me see. I can tell you in just a minute.
I looked at it earlier today. It's 2 and some change. I think.
That's what I was going to say. It was a couple $1,000.
Yes, it was it was a little over 2,000. So if we want, let's just do because I'm going to pull up the number, but it might take me just a second. If you want, just do an approval amount for 12,000, and then that leaves a little bit of buffer room.
Okay. So I make a motion that we authorize the Parks Committee to enter into a contract with Sunscape to spend up to $12,000 to replace plants and trees lost during the winter storm. It is the Parks Committee's discretion as to prioritize where the plantings are made.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, so the idea then is, since we've made a motion, saying, hey, go spend your money. So hopefully by next month, you'll be able to report back to us, this is what we decided to do. And hopefully some of those things will be in the ground. So remind me, because we already talked about how we spent a little money, we authorized some money to be spent last month. And there was this conversation about the tree at Old Mill and Anderson Mill, that wasn't part of any of this prior authorization, correct?
No, no. You mean this wasn't part of what he did when he went?
No, the prior authorization where we spent the couple $1,000s to, do some plantings at some corner, it wasn't the corner where we talked about the tree with a little at the intersection of Anderson Mill and Old Mill.
Dr. Seuss tree that had to come down.
Yeah. So all we approved with that one was the tree to come down. So
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Which we'll have to bring that back. It's not on the agenda.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did that tree come down?
I don't think he's taken the tree down yet.
Is that Sunscapes that's going to do that?
I think so, yeah.
It is.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call the vote. Linda?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay. So, 6B, engagement of arborists to address tree trimming for the district. Megan, what have you got?
So we're going to need to come back with something more, a more specific, detailed proposal on that. We're going to have to get back with Scott and possibly that, because this is what we're going to, the trees that are damaged that have branches that need to come down is what we're going to need to get with an arborist on. It's what Scott recommended. They're the ones who have the capacity to get up really high safely. So we'll have to sit down with possibly with Scott and possibly the arborist that we had gotten a quote from back in February before this storm. And then the storm hit. And so because they are the group that actually Scott consults with all the time for our district anyway. But we need Scott to sort of help communicate to the arborist what the issues are.
Okay.
And so that would not include a broader maintenance plan like we were talking about before. That's going to have to be something that we probably budget for next year, and then have Scott help us kind of like work through that as well. That what to prioritize.
There is some that is still not very safe that's up there that Scott is not feeling comfortable to get. So as soon as that budget comes out, that we can do, we're going to have to, that is something that we're all going to have to talk about, because there are some spots that really, really need to come down pretty soon.
Okay. So
because of the storm.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that we have some trees in some of our parks that have broken limbs that are high up, and we need to engage the service of a full-fledged tree trimming service to get up there.
Yes. And that's Scott and I have walked through the parks, and he just can't get up that far to get the dead out that's up there, that's hanging.
And he doesn't feel comfortable chopping.
No, they really are high.
Well,
do we need an arborist to cut the broken limbs?
That's what he is saying. He's like, you know what? These trees are so old and the sides that they are, that he said, if you guys truly want to save these trees, you need an arborist. And he said, I know that this is not going to be, cheap to do, but if you truly want to save everything, this is what's going to need to be looked at.
Okay. Well, we got some competing issues going on. Is that, yes, we want to save the trees, and then two, we also want to make it safe. So the question is, do we need to, Bill? What is your suggestion? Do we need to put rings around to say people, you can't walk under the canopy? This really needs to be a priority from a safety point of view, it sounds like.
Yeah, well, certainly if there's a danger of a large branch falling on someone, you probably should tag it somehow. I'm not familiar with the conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Hazardous, you have to tag them.
Well, it sounds like what we need to do is that we just need to authorize the spending of X amount of dollars to get the trees trimmed. So this is the part that I'm not quite following. We have in the past had, tree trimming people who weren't sunscapes out doing that, doing, major trimming in the Sun Chase Park, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is that company does it because they're not arborists. We need to actually have the guidance of how to trim these trees up in order to save them. Is that what I'm hearing Scott is telling us?
I think there's I think there's a couple components. I think that's one of them. Knowing where to cut and what to cut.
Okay.
How to, especially since we're kind of in oak wilt season, seal it properly.
Okay. Because just because it's oak wilt season to me doesn't sound like that's a reason to wait to save a tree that has a limb that's in danger of falling.
Well, I think the point is that the tree can be saved,
right?
Just because the limb needs to come down, but the tree, that doesn't mean the tree needs to come down,
right?
So, and then I don't know who you had before, so I can't really speak to that, but
right.
But I know that not all tree trimming companies are created equal, and some of them, they'll do it, they'll get their guys up there, they don't care, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have the insurance that they really should have for that, because it's one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, apparently.
Well, it is. From a workers' comp point of view, tree trimmers, those kinds of highest rate per 100 that's out there. I agree. I understand. So I think because this is a priority, it's a safety issue. I think that what we need to do is we need to authorize the Parks Committee to engage an arborist with a not to exceed number so that we can, at the very minimum, get the broken branches that are hanging in the air down so that we don't have an accident. Does anybody disagree with me?
I don't disagree. I am concerned about the amount that it's going to be, and if it goes over that threshold for requiring either 3 proposals or a bid, depending on the amount they come back with. I don't deny that it needs to happen. I agree that an arborist is probably better suited to do it, seal the tree and protect it and try to keep it alive. I don't agree with that at all. But when we're talking about the amount here, and I don't know what's the not to exceed amount. You'd have to stay well under 25,000 for sure.
Oh, I was thinking 5. I'm hoping that
it's going to be more than that, Catherine.
Oh, is it?
You've got,
am I being? Is it wishful
3,
thinking?
Well, you got to remember that you've got a couple parks. This isn't just going to be one park.
So this is what Sun Chase and Anderson Mill. Do we have issues at Lakeline Oaks too?
There's I don't know if there's any at Lakeline Oaks. There's one I know at Old Mill Pocket Park.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you've got, the El Solito Park, that there's quite a few that are pretty high in there that broke. And then you've got the one off of Sun Chase in the back that you've got a couple that we've got to figure out. So those are the 3 that Scott really pointed out the most when we started looking up there that, that are hanging. So those are the biggest. Am I correct, Megan? I'm not missing any, am I? Or was there any in Valente? I don't think there was. We saw a lot, so I'm just trying to remember.
Okay, so here, let's triage this. If we've got a tree way in the back in Sun Chase.
Sun Chase.
So I'm serious. Can we put tape? Can we put tape off and said, with a sign that says danger, keep away, and do the same thing at the park on Old Mill, keep away, and then concentrate where where the people are, which is gonna be the park on El Salito.
Did
That
Scott,
was the one that concerned me the most when when Megan and I were out there was a lot of people there that day and you're just going, oh. But yes, we wanted to, I can tell you, we wanted to yellow tag then.
All of these are hanging limbs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
where they're hanging and we don't know how many, did Scott not provide you a list?
No,
Of
because
how many?
he knows that's not a job that he can do.
And they've continued to break. So there's
Yes.
something you call it
Moving
lateral
target.
something. It's lateral breakage or something where it was delayed breakage because of the storm. So they have continued to break.
Yeah, the branch was weakened with the ice weight, and then now it finally came.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Now, so, you know, windstorm is gonna come and shake it a little more and cause it to break some more and that kind of thing.
Looks like tonight may break even
That's a
more from what I'm
liability.
looking at.
We need to address those.
And Catherine, I do want to add that there have been many neighbors of mine that had trees that they thought was just a limb or two. And when they hired an arborist to come out and take a look at it, the arborist found cracks that would kill the tree and ended up having to take the whole tree down. So this could get really costly really quick. I think we should engage an arborist to come out and give us a complete inventory and proposal of what needs to be addressed for safety issues. And let's see what that number looks like. Because they may come out and look at those trees and say, cutting off a limb isn't going to save it. It's going to start falling apart. There's fracture cracks in it. I mean, it just depends on the kind of tree. Some can't survive it at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Complete
And if you look around the neighborhood and see all the down trees that are completely to the ground and maybe they've mulched up that trunk, that's an idea of how many trees, you know, maybe just were too far gone. So it could happen to the ones in the park as well.
Yeah. Okay. So my biggest concern is the timeline.
Yes.
So let's look at it from a different point of view then. If can we authorize the Parks Committee to go engage the services of an arborist whose services to do the survey is going to be, you know, less than X?
Yes.
I think that, so the question is, how much money do you think we need to authorize just to get the survey? Follow what I'm saying?
5,000. No contractor works typically for under 5,000.
Okay, so you're thinking, boy, I'm wishful thinking here.
He's going to have to
yeah,
look at trees carefully.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
We could take this in two steps. You know, that just because a tree though is possibly not going to make it in the long term, we have this sort of like short-term issue of we just don't want it to kill anyone in the meantime.
Right.
Yes. That's where I'm concerned. Yeah.
It's almost like before we try to like do a full survey where they really come out and look at all the trees and, you know, whatever, it almost feels like we should try to just take care of the safety issues first.
Can we prioritize it?
Yes. Prioritize that and
to know where they are, and we need to know how many there are and what that's going to cost.
Well, we'll do that and then prioritize which ones are the ones that are the most severe. We can, you know.
Right. I would guess that Scott probably has a pretty good idea of where they are at this point.
Yeah, we did take a pretty good peek. I mean,
but so then it would just be a matter of, yeah. So the issue then is we don't come back to the board until mid-May. So
those ones in El Salito and on Sunchase, they really are. I mean, just let's say, hey, we got this storm coming tonight, right? Solid red. So if the wind blows just enough on them and pushes them out just enough, and then tomorrow they decide to fall on somebody, then we have a problem.
Okay.
There'll be less to cut.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe
What
that's
did she say? What did Linda say?
It'll be less to. Yeah, maybe what we should do is
they fall, but just not on somebody.
Yeah, what we're looking for something to happen at night. Okay,
so an arborist will tell us based on the tree. Like an oak is a lot a lot stronger than a Bradford pear.
Oh yeah, Bradford pear. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the
Uh,
leaf is so shallow.
An arborist
So
may
he
look at a
can tell us,
Bradford
well,
pear
this tree's gonna, this tree's a lot weaker. But here's your alternatives,
Okay, so let's talk about timelines here. So if we talk about, let's have authorize the Parks Committee to engage an arborist for up to $5,000 to identify the trees that have safety issues immediately. I think we should do it in less than hopefully for less than $5,000.
Maybe he could use some of the extra to start cutting.
Yes, maybe
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I would actually like to see if we can just work with Scott to get the Legacy Arbor people out. Just to Scott can tell them where to where.
So can I ask if we added an extra 2,000 to that and we said 7,000, do you think that could at least get the emergency ones off, and the ones that are like what Linda's talking about that are weak, we'll have to bring up again next month? But if we add 7 or 8, right, wouldn't that help at least get these big ones out of the way so that we're not in danger? Do you see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, I understand. See,
I
because
mean, I'm not saying it's all going to get done, but I do think it would get the really big ones out.
You think so?
Megan, I don't know.
Well, where we want to end, I agree, because where we want to end up with is hopefully, if we authorize you up to a certain amount, you will have identified the serious branches that are up high that are a safety concern and have those resolved by the time we come back. And then you'll have a more detailed plan to present moving forward. Do you think that would work?
And isn't there some provision, if it is an emergency, if an arborist says, holy heck, that one's gonna fall any day now, and there's not enough money, can't they, isn't there some emergency provision where they could tap into money for that kind of a situation? I mean, if you have one that's just dangling there on the edge and he doesn't have enough left in the bucket to cut it down, what do?
Yeah, I understand.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to understand. What happens?
Maybe you make the not to exceed higher, and then they focus on trying to get that proposal, handle the emergencies, and don't spend what you don't need to, so we can work it into a fuller plan for an arborist.
Okay. So do we think 7 is enough, or do we need to go to 10?
Let's just go 10.
I'd go 10.
Okay, somebody make a motion. Let's go 10.
Who's on the Parks Committee?
Motion to approve up to the Parks Committee to
engage an arborist.
Yeah, engage an arborist to spend up to $10,000 to trim the tree limbs that are a safety issue in the district.
And to identify the plan moving forward for a review of the trees, or what do we want to call it?
From 2020 storm damage. I don't know.
For the remainder.
That was a community motion.
Finish the motion. Sorry, Megan.
Well, yeah. So I guess the question is, who made that motion?
Yeah.
And he's probably cussing us out right now, like, God, man, keep talking.
Okay, do we have to start over or no?
Well, hey,
we all agree.
let's ask Lee. What did you get from all of that, Lee?
Well, right now I still have Megan making the motions, and I have authorized the Parks Committee to engage an arborist for an amount not to exceed $10,000 to trim tree limbs that are a safety issue in the district, and to identify, right now I have identified the plan moving forward for a review of the storm damage.
Oh my God, wasn't that fabulous?
That was impressive.
Awesome, Lee. That's perfect.
That was really good. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, do we have any more to add to this?
I will second. Yeah, he already seconded it.
Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote. Linda,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay. Sometimes it takes a community to get the resolution done. Okay. Okay, so 6C is park planning. What's going on there?
Beth and I did not put that on the agenda.
Oh, timing of board review. So it's the park planning survey, timing of board review. So we don't, okay, so you're not ready yet, that's what I'm hearing.
Catherine, this item, I did put it under their committee, but I believe Linda requested it to address the timing of the board review of the survey.
Okay.
I thought that was what Linda requested.
I did. It looked different than what I asked for, but that's fine. That's what it means.
Okay, so actually and correct me if I'm wrong, Linda, you're just saying, hey, we'd like to present your survey to the board before it actually goes live.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that real quick then, Parks Committee. So I'm assuming by the meetings next month that you will have completed your survey and you'll be in a position to present it.
Well, actually, the goal was to get it out well before the next meeting. So
Okay.
per the charter, advisory committee charter, and the Virginity contract, the advisory committee is the body that to review
Okay.
and comment on the draft surveys.
Okay.
So
okay,
send
so
it before.
So
but
you can share it with us. It's just going to be before a board meeting is what you're saying.
Yes.
So
Okay.
it won't have any board input at all?
Well, it sounds
That's
like
what the advisory board does. That's what the advisory board did and does.
Right.
And I appreciate that they started the process and put something together, but the way that announcement is on the website today about Virginity coming to the parks, it reads the district has been doing a park plan. And that's not exactly true because no member of this board is aware of anything that the advisory committee has done other than you have assembled a group and they have met several times. I don't recall surrendering my voice to an advisory committee. I want to see the survey and maybe I want to add something. I certainly want to make sure it's not biased.
Linda, I don't know what to tell you. The contract's not written that way. The advisory committee charter's not written that way. The board will have an opportunity to comment on the draft plan and to have those comments incorporated into whatever comes forward for adoption. But the purpose of the advisory committee was to work directly with the consultant. That was why the advisory committee was put together. So when the board approved that charter, that was what was being approved. And you're not relinquishing your voice because the advisory committee has no decision-making authority in terms of policies or anything that directs spending or policymaking in the district, nor do they have the ability to adopt the plan. They can only recommend adoption of the plan. But in terms of working through the process with the consultant, that is the advisory committee's role. And the consultant has a really tight scope of services as part of their contract. And that does not include also taking the work products like the surveys to multiple entities for multiple stages of review.
I think what I'm confused with and certainly not happy with is I just learned last week that a member of the community asked to be on the advisory committee. And although we approved you for 7, you declined his offer and wouldn't allow him on your committee. And now his voice has been silenced and you had space and it would have made your committee more diverse to have a male perspective. So
Linda,
here's my
we're
thing.
veering off course here and talking about something entirely different than what's on the agenda. So I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Were because we wrote it that way to give ourselves some flexibility. But the reality is that the committee, first of all, the question was not, can I be on the advisory committee? The question was, I want to be involved in the process. And the response that was given, there are many ways to be involved in the process. The advisory committee is just one. They have one very specific role in the process. Nobody's voice is being silenced. Everybody's input is welcome and wanted. So please don't twist that into something that it's not, number one. And number two, the reason why the committee was limited to the size it was is because once you start getting to a certain size committee, it gets really hard to work with the committee. As it is, we can barely find a time to meet that everybody is available. So there is no hidden agenda to try to silence people's voices. That is not what's going on here. So I don't agree with that characterization of what happened.
All right.
But back to the point, which is whether or not the board has an opportunity to weigh in on the survey. That is not the way the contract's written.
Then I would ask that you change that web announcement to say the Parks Committee and their advisory committee have worked on this plan. Don't say the district has, because no other member of this board has been involved.
It is a district approved project and process.
Yes, I agree with that. This is a district process. Yeah.
It's very misleading to think that the board has been involved at all. And if you look at the February 17th minutes, you assured the board that we would be informed the whole way with this process, and that has not happened. We've seen nothing. We've seen nothing.
There's nothing to see yet. There's nothing to see yet.
So we're going to see it out.
We just started meeting this month.
I know.
Yes.
So there's
True.
So
if you're going to have a survey ready before the next meeting, you're telling me you don't even have an outline, a draft, you have
I
nothing.
am not going to bring forward in a public meeting a draft survey that is not ready for the public yet. It was nowhere near ready.
Oh, I'm not saying that it's ready today. I'm saying I want to see it before it goes live.
I told you I would send it to the board before it goes live, and I will do that.
Okay. So agenda item 7, report from the deed restriction committee. 7A, determination of what deed restriction violation complaints are accepted. And this is specifically trying to address that the DRC committee is being inundated by a specific resident in the community who is literally deciding that he is the hall monitor for the community, and I am overwhelmed by pictures of non-deed enforcement restrictions. And so, Beth, would you like to weigh in on this?
I mean, these are things that we already are aware of, but to be sent over and over and over for stuff that we do and that we do pay someone to do for us, which is just repetitive.
Well,
I mean,
it's not helpful. That's what I'm trying, and that's
it's not helpful.
And because
it's almost harassing, actually.
Well, I'll give you an example. I received an email, and it was just a picture, and it just says this is a violation, and I'm going, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. And so I would like to just be able to say, I am not going to accept any more, or I'm not even going to worry about any of these emails because it is just so repetitive. you know, as one person said, yeah, there's a ladder laying in the grass, and the guy's out there trimming trees, you know, because we were right after the storm damage. So I don't know what he was expecting us, what that violation was going to be. So, Bill, I need some guidance here. I know that we've got a very specific resolution that says you cannot report violations out of your neighborhood. So if you live in Anderson Mill West, you know, submitting problems in Valente Hills, or if you live in Valente Hills, complaining about things in Hunter's Glen, you know, we're just not doing that. But right now, what we've got is we've got the DRC committee being harassed, and we've got a process in place where we've got a company that does tours twice a week,
Twice a month.
and I'm sorry, twice a month, right? And I'm just trying to figure out, how do I separate the wheat from the chaff when I think Beth said it best, we're being harassed. So
Okay, so what I heard was that these were violations that you're already aware of, or they were reports that you couldn't understand what the violation was or act on.
Yes, and the other thing is that it's becoming what I am hearing through, you know, people that we're working with, that they're being harassed also, and it's just not a good thing. It's just not turning out very well, because if the residents are being harassed and where we're getting this information from is not a board member and is not on the DRC committee, my goal right now is just to de-escalate everybody's fears in the neighborhood. And we have got to find a way to make people feel that it's safe to go outside their homes and enjoy the neighborhood and enjoy their own yards. And right now, that's not happening.
Because of deed enforcement? I'm confused.
Because we've got somebody out there who, like I said, has decided that they are the hall monitor for the community, and they taking lots of pictures of all their neighbors, you know, climbing into their trailers, climbing into their boats, you know, and like I said, if you find somebody in your boat or your trailer, please call 911, because the MUD can't do jack about that. That's what the sheriff is for. But yes, Bill, like as Beth says, we're very frustrated. We're being inundated with what is being told to us, reports of deed restriction enforcement, but again, it's really not valuable information. There isn't any timestamps. The person's not telling us what the violation is. And I just want to have some policy and procedure when we've got a hall monitor situation going on, that we can just say, we are going to let the deed enforcement tours handle this process and not worry about the hall monitor.
And again, it's supposed to be in their own, each section, if someone's reporting, it's supposed to be
so
their own, not all over the place.
Yeah, so we do have in our rules for deed restriction enforcement, and it says, however, anonymous complaints and complaints about violations outside of the complaining party's community will not be processed or acted upon the district's DRE manager. So if the person filing the complaint is alleging violations outside of their community, then no action is required. If the complaint's anonymous, no action is required. If the complaint is repetitive, obviously you already know about it, so you're not going to act on repetitive complaints about the same situation. If you already know about it, you're not going to need to take action on it. You already know about it. If the complaint is such that you can't tell what's the violation or it's not useful data, obviously you're not going to act on it. So I think there's some discretion with the DRC and the DRE manager, just because a complaint was made, as to first apply the rule and then secondly apply those other standards. So, the same complaint we've gotten 5 times, you already know about this violation, working on it. You just have to incorporate it in your process. I don't think at this point I could recommend refusing any more complaints from a particular person necessarily, but that doesn't mean you have to act on them.
Okay. Got anything to add there, Beth?
No, I think that's exactly what we need to, I mean, I think that will help. I just, whatever we can do, Bill, and I don't know if there's anything that we can do, but I just want residents to go back to the way that it was, and getting in people's boats or doing what is happening. Just, it's got to stop. Somehow we need to find a way to get this to stop. And it's not where anybody wants to be.
Agreed. Okay, so, 7B, denial of request for accommodation of unique animals by owner of property on Hannah K. Okay, so
I put this specifically on because Linda requested it be on. I have a letter prepared. The request is denied because the paperwork was not provided by the deadline. So I had prepared a letter to the owners. I held it because I wasn't sure if the board wanted a deadline for compliance or addressing the enforcement process. So that's why it's on the agenda tonight, to talk about what this letter is going to say.
Okay, so let's talk about the order of operation. So we had we received the letter, a request for accommodation. We asked that it have some adjustments made to it because it needed to have some specific wording under how our proposal or our policy was written. Am I saying this correct, Bill?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. And where we stand on this is we haven't received a response from the requester, but we do know that the neighbor of the requester has become extremely antagonistic and harassing and threatening, and that is intimidating our requester to make a change. Now, that is what I've been told. Does Beth, do you have anything else or Jimmy and Diana, do you have anything else to add to that? Did I say that correctly?
The report that I got from the resident was that her child was being threatened at this point, and she was hesitant to follow through with the paperwork. She needed some time to think about it, and they were going to take a couple of weeks to reassess the situation, and if they needed to, they were going to start the process over again. But
okay,
but the threat to their child has caused them to pause on what they want to do, and who can blame them?
Okay.
And as I understand, we've never seen pictures or heard these animals or seen these animals or.
No, we don't have any pictures of the chickens.
Okay.
I believe the neighbor has sent every board director video and audio of his neighbor. Am I to understand that the owner of the chickens is claiming that the neighbor is threatening their child? Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct. Police were involved.
Oh, the police were involved?
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody communicated with the neighbor? The neighbor of the chickens?
Nope, I haven't. So Bill, let me ask, so what is your letter going to say? And what timelines do you need us to fill into it?
Well, I'm going to tell them that, they didn't meet the deadline basically. And as such, the request has been automatically denied. And then I was going to tell them that deed restriction enforcement will resume if you do not remove the chickens from your property at the address. I did not originally have a deadline in mind. I would have thought it would be immediate, but we can put a deadline by which they need to be removed. And then the second part is whether, I was assuming the deed restriction enforcement process, the normal process would resume wherever that's at. I don't know if this property got letters before. So I guess what I'm looking at for is board suggestion on how much time do I give them before the enforcement starts up again?
Well, I believe that we have to follow through and we have to send the letter about the request being denied because we haven't received the clarification we requested. And my suggestion was that we just start the process at the beginning.
Friendly notice?
Exactly.
After a year, I don't think that's fair to people who have not even had a friendly notice and gone straight to fine stage. These people have had a year to comply.
I am not aware of anybody who has never had a friendly notice.
Oh, I will get you some specific examples if you'd like.
Well, what are we doing about the other person that's got their animals as well?
It doesn't happen often, but it has happened. And here's my message, my point. These people have had a year and every opportunity to keep those chickens with a simple emotional support letter. Really, that's all they had to do this. If this in fact is true, that they hesitated to provide that letter because their child was being threatened and the police were involved, that's a whole nother matter, but that has to be proven first. Okay, and there will be a police report on that. So my point is this: after a year, you've had all the chances possible. I think in all fairness to the rest of the people in this community who get friendly letters for a month and then go straight to the pre-fine stage, these people are at the first fine stage. Remove your chickens or we have no alternative but to fine you, and then give them a reasonable amount of time to remove them, to rehome them if they need to. And maybe Beth can help with that. She knows apparently a farmer or a farm where chickens could live happily. Maybe a little help in that regard would make it an easier thing. But you can't keep dragging it on and dragging it on. You've already done that for a year.
Well,
but we have other animals in the neighborhood that were having the same issue.
Well, hold on. Let's stay on topic here. I'm okay starting the process over because this is what is one of two things is going to happen. Either they're going to get the friendly letter, they're going to get the letter from Bill, and then they're going to get the friendly letter that says, hey, you've got to do this. And one of those two things is going to be the impetus for them to say, I'm going to fix my request for accommodation, or I'm going to get rid of my chickens. I mean, the neighbor is so bad. They apparently they'd say they would move if they could afford to. That is how bad the harassment from this neighbor is. So they're going to have to make the decision. Are they going to do the request, or are they going to remove the chickens? And I'm saying I'm okay letting this start with a friendly letter to force them to make the decision.
That is not fair because you already gave them that option.
We gave them that, but then the option started out with, wait a minute, now we're going to come up with the request for accommodation. That's where this all started with, was what can we do? And all of a sudden we came to the request for accommodation for I can't remember what is it, the equal housing opportunity or whatever, I can't remember.
Emotional support animal.
Yeah, the emotional support animal. I'll be quite honest, Linda, I think I've said it in the past. I thought the emotional support animal was a made up thing. I didn't think it was a real thing. And I was expecting Bill to come back to me and say, nope, no such thing. They have to go. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, this is a real thing. Oh, okay. So
Emotional support animals are very real things. I would like to bring the board back to the July 17th meeting. I believe it was last year when these people came online and discussed their need for those chickens. And I want this board to pay very close attention when I tell you in that meeting where they had a full 20 minutes to speak, not one time did they mention emotional support. They mentioned healthy living, unable to get eggs. There was a whole lot of reasons for those chickens, but not emotional support. So somebody suggested, and I don't, good or bad, that they try the emotional support route, and they did, and it failed. So how many more, I don't understand why this particular family and these chickens are given such special attention where all other violations, I shouldn't say all, many other violations don't get the same kind of treatment. What makes it so special?
I just want to ask, I just want to make sure that, you know, that I'm pretty sure this is the same house that we did ask them to write another letter because it didn't have the word, because we weren't calling it a bird. So we asked them to redo the letter. So it's not like they haven't done anything. Am I correct?
yes, the letter is missing
The unique animal requirement.
which is it's a bird rather than, it doesn't say chicken.
Right.
I thought we already made a motion that very clearly stated our intention with respect to moving forward with this. Was that in March that we did that?
Yes.
Yeah, the motion was that if they didn't meet the deadline, we set a deadline. If they didn't meet the deadline, the request would be denied.
Right, and
that motion still holds.
Right.
So the request is denied. What we're talking about is a letter to them telling them the request is denied and whether or not we set a deadline for removal of the chickens.
Okay, so I have a question regarding that. How many letters did we send them prior to them going to the attorney, and then prior to them coming to us and giving that 20-minute presentation on why they needed it, because she was a nurse and she was going to raise eggs and all that kind of stuff? How many letters did we give them then?
That's a good
before
question.
that? Diana, do you have any record of that?
I can look for the record, Art, but here is the situation. The neighbor started sending us pictures and audio. We cannot use audio for the records, and we cannot use someone else's pictures. We do not have, Sage does not have any pictures of the chickens. We did manage, with the neighbor's permission, to get a picture of the coop, and we did not capture any chickens. And I remember bringing it to the meeting. This was before COVID. And we openly discussed it at the board because we did not know how to proceed. We can't be sending letters without photo documentation of a violation. If we don't have a picture of a chicken, I can't send them a letter.
Okay, so they had no letters.
So I put it back to the board, and Bill was there, and we moved forward with whatever the directive was back at that time.
Okay,
So
both,
right now,
both cases, in both arguments, whether we give them a fine or a friendly letter, this is on a case-by-case basis, and it's unique because we've never had a resident say that it's one, they needed it to sustain nutrition or nourishment or something because they couldn't go to the store, and then two, come back and say, well, now it's an emotional support animal. So
I think your question is excellent, Art. How many letters did this family receive since the initial complaint? That's an excellent question, and I think we need an answer to that question.
I think we got it, right? There was no letters because we had to make a
we don't have
determination.
any pictures.
Cannot
so
send a
there's no
letter
letter.
without a picture. And if there's no picture, photo documentation, there's no violation.
Somebody must have sent them a letter to do the emotional support animal.
Well, I think you
Well,
can't send a
here-
letter on hearsay. You have to have proof, right? Like, just like a
Dave,
violation.
no one had to tell them that. And just like they don't have to disclose what their mental health situation is either. And it's not up to us to disclose it either. Publicly, especially, they're protected by HIPAA.
Oh, did you disappear?
I was asking about how many letters they received stating that there was a complaint about their chickens.
I think Diana mentioned they didn't receive anything because they didn't have photos of the violation, correct?
Yeah, so I'm thinking, as we're talking this out, what we got is we've got the neighbor complaining about the chickens, but we never. And then we had, I guess maybe we had the resident come in, and then we moved into COVID, and I mean it's like, oh my God.
What spawned the neighbor to come to a meeting and plead their case? Somebody must have had a letter of some sort, or they wouldn't have known that they needed to appeal their case.
Well, Linda, you spoke up about it during the meeting and defended the neighbor that was reporting it at the time. Because I remember these people asking why you were getting involved. You don't even live near them.
I don't believe that's true, Diana, but the meetings are recorded and I will go back and check for you.
Okay, so regardless of all the issues, we've never sent them a letter, right?
No.
They came back and filed, they got an attorney or somebody to say that this is a emotional support animal, or these birds, right?
Yeah.
So if we treat this as a case-by-case basis, technically we've never given them a letter, correct?
Correct.
I that's why I was comfortable with just starting the process.
Well,
So,
yeah,
but-
I was in favor. I was agreeing with Linda, but if we never gave them a letter because we were trying to prove it, then yeah, now let's send them a letter. I don't want to call it friendly, but say, if you don't cease and desist, we're gonna fine you, you know?
So, okay, so here we have a situation though, where we don't have photo documentation proof. So as it relates.
They have chickens. They came to a meeting and admitted they have chickens.
Yeah, they admit it.
So you don't need photo proof at this point. We know they have chickens. They submitted a letter that says they want to keep 3 chickens. So we know they have chickens. We know chickens aren't allowed in the deed. And I never heard of these people until the meeting. So I know that story's not true, but I will confirm it on the meeting. So I'm saying, okay, if you want to send them a letter, we've worked with you for a year. We now need you to rehome your chickens or get that emotional support letter, whatever you need to do, because that's how we treat everybody fairly.
Okay, so what do?
Okay, well, no, so let's get technical here. On a violation, when Jimmy and Diana or any of us see a violation occur, we have proof, right? We have a photo, correct? Or we have an account of what we actually saw. We never had that here. So is it right to give them a fine letter right off the get-go, or just to give them a letter saying, you will be fined if you don't comply?
I think that's more reasonable because we still don't have a picture.
So Bill, so what is your suggestion as trying to this is a truly unique situation that we're trying to incorporate into the process.
Okay, so yeah, we've not had one of these before, right? We've never had emotional support animal request.
Right.
So the board followed our policy. The owner did not comply with the policy. We set a deadline. We corresponded with them, set a deadline.
Right.
They did not meet the deadline.
Right,
The board had voted if they don't meet the deadline, the request is denied.
right.
So I don't
Yes.
think it would be appropriate to extend the deadline for complying with the documentation because the board's already voted on that.
Right.
So-
But I think
that
what
part-
we're arguing is where do we pick up?
Right.
That's what
So,
I'm trying to
well,
figure out.
I wanted to start there because I heard some discussion about maybe giving them options, either submit the paperwork or move the chicken. I don't think that's appropriate. So we do need to set a deadline for removal of the animals, which I think we start there is what do you think is reasonable? You know, if I send this letter out tomorrow, what do you think is reasonable for them to make arrangements to remove the animals? That's
30 days.
number one.
Okay, well, see, I'm still not clear where we are in the process. Follow what
No,
I'm
well,
saying?
we're at the process is the request has been denied.
No,
by-
no,
by
I'm
the-
talking about the deed restriction enforcement. You go friendly letter, pre-fine, fine. That's what I'm trying to understand. Where are we in the process?
Apparently there was no letter sent by SAGE.
Yes,
So there's
yes.
been no friendly letter, no fine letter, no
Right.
fines, none of that.
Right. Right. And so that's what I think we're all in agreement that we need to send the letter then, and in our, denying their request. And in the letter, we're going to say that you have X amount of days to, get rid of your chicken and, and come into compliance. And that's great. We all agree on that. But the question is, where are we in the process then? That's what I'm trying to understand.
What I was trying to distinguish is if we sent them a letter prior to this, then we're in the fine process. We're in the pre-fine or fine process.
Right.
But if we did not, because they came forth and had that nifty letter they sent that it was an emotional support. And of course, they came to talk to us. We've always said, if you have an issue, come and talk to us and then we'll resolve it there, right? Well, they did that. So they kind of did, but then they never followed up on that, on the additional requirements. So now, through the due process, and I think it's fair, this is the first letter. So I think it should be a friendly letter saying, you will be fine. You have so many days to get rid of these chickens. Boom, we're there.
Okay. So
Agree? That's where we are.
okay. So what do we think the appropriate amount of time is in order to say, let's get rid of
I mean, how long does it take to get rid of chickens?
Well, they do have kids there. I think 30 days is fair.
Okay. So we're going to do 30 days, to get rid of your chickens.
Right.
And then we start, and then are we going to ask for confirmation? What's the deal here then?
That's a good question. Yes.
Do we ask for
Sage to write the letter, or is Bill going to write this letter?
No, Bill's going to write this letter because he's writing the letter to say that your request for emotional support animals has been denied. This is the reason. We're going to give you so many days to get rid of your chickens. So that becomes the question, Bill. Then does your letter need to ask them to show us that you've gotten rid of your chickens?
Yeah, I can ask them to confirm in writing when the chickens have been removed. So I can ask them to do that. So
Okay.
if they write back and say they were removed whatever day, then we have a confirmation from them. And obviously, if it's not honest, then we can revisit the enforcement after that.
Okay. Okay, so we're agreeing on what the scope of the letter is going to say, but then let's agree on where the process starts.
With the letter.
With the letter.
Don't get rid of them in 30 days. Fines will be assessed.
There you go.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Okay.
30 days, right? You never
Okay.
saw the chickens in the first place, so you're not going to see them now. I do have a question for you, though. What about the coop? Did the ACC approve that chicken coop?
I don't think that an ACC that falls under ACC, that would be like the ACC approving your swing set.
I thought if you did construction in your backyard, you had to approve make sure you didn't impede the flow of water. It's a construction item. It's not a swing set. They construct.
the same concept. If you take a look at it, it's a couple of, 4x4s, it's.
So you don't need ACC approval if you build a chicken coop in your backyard?
I would have never interpreted anybody to need AC, it'd be like somebody having to have ACC to put one of those great big, climbing, big,
Playscapes.
playscapes. Yeah. You don't need, or to put a great big trampoline, in your backyard
Well,
to.
where are we going with this? Because if they didn't know it was there, right? Then. You see what
Yeah,
I'm at?
yeah.
Well, I was wondering, because if the coop would have needed ACC approval and didn't have it, then you could request that they take the coop down. But if you don't need ACC approval to construct a chicken coop in your backyard, well, then I guess they don't need to take it down.
No, I don't think they need to take it down. Listen, when I saw it, I literally thought it was farmyard landscaping. It was an interesting, it was beautiful, to be quite honest. It was beautiful. So yeah. Okay, so
Catherine,
yes,
need a little clarification on how I'm going to word
yes,
the enforcement part. So under our rules, we have friendly letters, we have first notice of violation, then we have second notice of violation.
yes.
So, and of course, the DRC can escalate any of these stages.
Right.
If we decide to do it. So my letter, is it going to be, I'm assuming it's not a friendly letter, but is it going to be a first notice or is it going to be second subsequent notice? So I'm giving them 30 days to remove the chickens, but then I need to say what will happen if they haven't been removed.
Okay.
Well, because we're starting this where we are, I think because of the fact that we haven't sent one before, I think it has to be the first, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was going to be the first notice.
Yes.
Okay, so basically it's the first notice, but we're giving them 30 days to cure.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Okay. So agenda item 8, report from the Records Monitorization Committee. A, storage of emails generated by third-party vendors, engagement of IT contractor. So this was my issue that I put on the agenda, and this is what I am attempting to try to deal with, or has come to my attention that we need to start paying attention to, is that we've got emails that are part of our records as a district that are being generated by vendors. Infomark, Gray Engineering, Bill and his associates. We know that Infomark's retention policy is to delete all emails from employees 30 days after they've left. And as a result of that, we lost 5 years worth of our records that were part of our institutional knowledge and that would have been subject to our open records requests when that happened without our notice. So we need to come up with a policy and a process. We need to be archiving the emails of our contractors. And so that is one of the reasons I sent an email to Bill and I sent an email to Infomark, and I've talked with Sage about it. What is your email process? If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Diana, you said that you're using Google, the district is using Google, Infomark, you're using Office 360. Bill, I don't remember if you responded.
Yeah, we use Office 365, so we're running Outlook.
Okay. So this is all then tying into the issues that we're having as it relates to document management. And part of the problem that we're running into is we're sending information to Bill, and he's asking us to put it on his Google Drive. I mean, not his Google Drive, his OneNote. No, I'm sorry. Dropbox. That's what it is. Well, in order to, get access to the space that Bill has, is buying, we have to log in with our own password. If something is shared with us, we don't just click on the link and voila, we see it. We've got to log in. We have to log in with a Google account. We have to log in with a Facebook account, or we have to create a private Dropbox account. If you log in with Facebook or one of your Google accounts, part of the rules of Dropbox is we get to see all of your contacts. Basically, they get to scrape as much information about you as you can. And so that is making me really uncomfortable. When I received an email from Allison asking, giving me access, and I was going to log in with my Google Gmail account for the MUD. When I read the rules of use, I went, no, I'm not willing to give you that stuff. So I think that this needs to be a major prioritization, that we have got to move forward and start getting our MUD Google Drive set up and operating better, because I don't want to be using my my credentials to log into somebody else's Dropbox. I think we need to have a policy that says the only place that district records lives is in the Google Drives that are owned and managed by the district. And with that said, I know that we're trying to come up with an issue, a way to deal with the email for our vendors. Yeah, as I'm thinking about this out loud, I'm thinking that one of the things that we can do is create a generic email account for our deed restriction enforcement vendor, so that they can use that account and log into the Google Drives and deposit the information into our Google Drives. Now, we need to have a conversation with our other vendors as to how are we going to come up with a process that works for them, so that they are, I'm thinking, on a monthly basis, archiving all of their conversations and putting it in an appropriate place on our drive. And we definitely have got to get word to Infomark that they will not be deleting any emails from any employee that had had conversations with the MUD. Because I do not want to happen what happened with when Patricia's 5 years of historical knowledge was deleted. That would have been extremely helpful to the new account exec coming online. It would have been helpful for Mackenzie to see history of things that are going on. So I'm not exactly sure where to go with this, other than we need to make this a prioritization, because I know we've got a problem.
I have some suggestions.
Sure, I'm willing to hear them.
I used to do this for a living, so maybe I can help you. You don't need an IT contractor. What you need is a set of standards, and what those standards need to be incorporated in every vendor's contract. For instance, you're right. The district should own the space, Google Drive, if you will, where all contractors store their material. And that drive should be managed by whoever you assign probably Infomark to make
Yes,
sure that
I
it's
agree. I agree with it.
that it's
Yeah.
correct. And then the first thing though would be to identify the records retention that you're trying to keep. I know you want to keep emails, but seriously, for how long? I mean, you would need an enormous amount of space if you kept them indefinitely. So
Oh, I agree. We need a retention policy.
need a retention schedule, and you get that from the Texas State Library and Archives Commission. It's already defined how long you have to keep certain documents. So you come up with that schedule. These are our retention guidelines. If you are a holder of these records, your expectation is to place these records in your spot on this drive. For instance, a Sage management spot where all their emails, all their text messages, all the district's information is stored in one location. Ditto for Infomark. If their emails, if you want access to those emails, and the retention schedule on emails probably isn't any greater than 5 years. You can make an exception to that, but I'm telling you what the Archive Commission has probably got recorded for emails. There's a whole chapter of the specific documents that we generate that the guidelines are clear. And then when you have those standards set, then you amend your contracts with your contractors to abide by those rules. They are responsible for getting our documents into this location, but your location needs to be set up first.
Right.
And we've been working on that 5 months.
Well, this is my concern as it relates to the email. And my concern is, what is the format that it's in?
You should require the contractor to use your WTCMUD1.org email addresses so that all customers send to that address. We own that account, and the only person who can delete those emails is the administrator of the storage space, if you will, Infomark.
Well, and I agree that is moving forward, that would be the best thing, is that we control all of that. And my concern is we got to figure out how do you incorporate Bill into that? How do you incorporate gray engineering into that? What might end up happening is the policy is all of their email communications ends up going to a WTCMUD1.org that is specific for them. And so that's how we capture it. But we need to work this out. Now and the reason I say, what is the format is, we're using Google, Infomark and Bill are both using Office 360, if I remember correctly, with Outlook. And so when they save an email, what are they saving it as? Because I'm using Office 360 at the office also. And so I can save
those in Google Drive.
Well, you can save those, but my question is, what do they open up as? Are they expecting to open up as an Office 360 document?
They'll open up as a text file. It'll look just like the email. You wouldn't be able to respond in Outlook, but it will open up as a text file.
Okay. Well, see, that's
only bases, and it would be a shell of whatever they have in there, but you could still look at it.
Okay.
And in some cases, you could edit it, right, Mackenzie? You can edit some of these documents, can't you? Is she there?
Only if you have edit rights to the documents, and that is dictatable by folder.
And you wouldn't want that to be the case.
No.
Only the owner of an email should be able to edit the file. And once it's stored, it should have no edits.
Well, exactly. Once it's been archived, you should never be able to change it.
Right. It's hidden.
Yeah. Well, see, and that becomes my issue though. What is the file?
It doesn't matter. It's a text file when you open it.
Well, see, when I save an Office 360, email off to the network, when I open it back up, it opens back up as an Office 360 document. And
You can right click on it and say open with,
okay,
and then pick your application. If you want to use Google Mail, if you want to use
okay. Well, see, this was my concern, and maybe my concern is unfounded, is that these proprietary email clients, when you see, when you archive them, all they're doing is, segregating them from the service, but they're still proprietary files, file formats that you're not going to be able to open it with as a text file, because that's what we want. So it sounds like my concern is not an issue.
Well, you know what, Catherine, the best way to find out for sure and to feel comfortable about it is let's test a couple in different formats. Let's test a couple. I can send you something in Outlook.
Okay.
We can store it on a shared drive and see what happens when you open it.
Okay. Well, okay. So hold on. Let me look back here.
I think a lot of the problems could be resolved if going forward, our contractors used our email services. We have email services with Gmail, and they would have a Gmail account linked to our services. So
I
when
agree.
they're communicating with us or doing business for us, and they'll always use our email services. And that way, no matter what we're using, they're using, it will always be compatible. Going forward, going backwards, trying to catch what's the history, we can do some testing and make sure that it comes up as a text file and you're comfortable with what you see.
Right. Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Art and Megan who's on the Records Modernization Committee. I'm about to cough here. Hold up. So, we need to make this. So we really need to make this a priority. And I know that some of us.
What's the status of the Google Drive that Infomark is supposed to be managing?
I mean, it's up and running.
Yeah, I don't know how to get there.
I would say it's up and it's there, and I believe everyone should have just read access of viewing these things, but it's not completely filled out with everything that the Records Modernization Committee would want on it. And to be honest, we haven't had any other meetings prior from our last, so that's where it stands.
Can you create a test folder for us to do some testing back and forth? Just a test folder that we'll delete after the test.
Yeah, I mean, you should have access.
Can I help that for a minute? What is our goal here? That's where I'm a little confused. What are we trying to distinguish? Because Mackenzie, when Megan and I met with Mackenzie, she had already set up all kinds of files by committee that we could edit if we needed to, right? Only the committees could do the edit rights. Everyone else could, on the board, could read it. Okay. But with emails, this is our third-party vendors that are going to contribute to the Google Drive, right?
Right.
I guess that's going to be a different, I want to say, path to go to, because these are going to be strictly emails, correct? Storage of emails.
Not just emails, I would think, Catherine, or are you only interested in storing the emails?
Well, no, right now I'm more.
That's what I need. I need to find out.
Right now, my concern is making sure we come up with a process to handle the emails. It's my understanding that, everything needs to go up there, but because we lost so much institutional knowledge, and we know that we've got a vendor whose retention policy is in total conflict with what our stated requirements are. That's really where I was trying to, jump on that first. So where I want to get is right now we're having this monthly problem with Sage, trying to get their information. Right now, Bill is being the gatekeeper. I'm not comfortable logging into Dropbox. So that's why I think it's really important that we've got to get a Dropbox set up for,
protocol.
yeah, so that we can get, I'm not a Dropbox, we get the Google Drive set up so that our vendors can get their information up to the Google Drive.
Well, here's something else. Here's another option. This might work. Sage, by contract, should have their own shared drive, Google Drive, we could call it that, whatever, a shared drive. You can link their shared drive. So they manage their own shared drive. They store all their data in it as the contract requires them to do, their emails, the text messages, the phone logs, all that information. And then you can link it to a folder that McKinsey has on our servers that is a direct link to what Sage is managing. So Sage could manage uploading their data into their drive, and then McKinsey could link to it and create a folder on our server where we see everything in that Sage drive.
Does Google have that?
Yeah, Google loves all Google. So yes, you can do those kind of links. And that way it's stored in one place, accessible to all. And if you ever replace the Sage contractor, then you can grab all that data and have it. It's your data.
Yeah, see, I don't want to go that way. I want them to take it, send it to us directly.
Put it on your drive right away.
Yeah, that's the path that I want to go down.
I think the best way forward is you have to set the standard for your contractors, what your expectations are with our records, where they should be stored, what they should be storing. And then from there, if you have the space set up, they just plop stuff in that drive.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So
what did you say, Art?
I'm going to use that dynamic approach. Define, measure, analyze, impact, and control.
So that's an acronym for something. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, it's an acronym. So we use it.
Is that an engineering acronym? Is that what you're saying?
It's a Six Sigma acronym that you define it, you measure it, you analyze it, you get the impact, and then you control it.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. I want to define what we're going to do, because we start digging in, Megan and I, with McKinsey, and I want to know. I want to have a clear path of what we want to get out of this.
Well, I think one of the most important things I think would be helpful is for the rest of the board, like me, to be shown what the file structure looks like and how to get there.
The existing Google setup.
Yes, because I don't know where that is.
Okay, that's a good benchmark. Yeah, because McKinsey did create a bunch of files by committee, and it has all the information in there. And some of that is going to overlap, but I guess I'm still trying to clarify what our goal is, how we're going to store that information, because you're talking about storage. We have storage already. We may already have what we need, but
I think that we've already got the place. What we need is some education for the directors, and we need some education for our vendors.
Okay.
So.
All right.
So right now, the first thing, if again, sometimes low hanging fruit's the best kind, is it's just, showing your coworkers, so to speak, how to get there from here.
How about we start with an easy one. And Art, I do want to make something clear. Yes, McKinsey did set up a lot of folders on the shared space that she's managing, but it is not accessible to everyone and can't be. Otherwise, everyone would have the pre-information, that the quorum thing prior to approving. However, the emails could be from our contractors. Certainly, all the Sage management information could be available to everyone.
Yes,
that would be easy. And so perhaps the first step might be to, number one, set those standards. McKinsey makes a space for each of a folder, if you will, for each contractor to deposit the files.
Right.
First,
Okay,
you have to
so
have the standards. What do you want?
so one of the things I'd like to share is, I actually, went out and did a Google on, archiving email or something like that. And there are companies out there who have, products that they want to sell you, of course. So I'm in the process of contacting, I put in a contact, via email. They called me and I said, I can't talk with you right now. So please, set up a meeting for me to talk. So I'm interested in finding out if there is a low cost application that would help our vendors. And so I'm going to research that to find out if there is something, if there's a tool out there that isn't going to cost an arm and a leg that would help us solve some of these problems in terms of
You
managing.
may already have it with Google Drive. That's what I'm saying.
You have it. You have the tool.
Yeah, we have it.
No, I'm talking about dealing with our outside vendors.
Yes, you
Yeah,
already
you should
have the tool.
What tool are you talking about?
Google Drive. The
It's
shared
called Government or Google Government. Mackenzie, what's the name of the product where you set up the folders? It's a Google product.
Called Google Drive.
Google Drive, and that we license for a government edition, so it's a little bit more robust than what you have on your home computer. We already have the tools. All you're missing is the standards and the instructions to the contractor on what your expectations are. They just need, it's like sending a file to a location. So in your to field on your email, you would include the drive name.
Yeah, and that's your login, your email. That's going to be your login.
Email address. The email address you want the file stored at.
Okay, so here you're educating me a little bit. So are you telling me that as part of the process of emailing during Google, you can tell it to go make a copy of itself on Google Drive?
You can send it. You can include in your distribution the location of the drive name if you name the drive an email account. You know what I'm saying? So here's my email account. Everything I do, if I CC myself, I would get a copy in my own account. I don't do that, by the way, but I could.
The vendor could do the same. The vendor could actually say everything I do for WTCMUD1 will go in Google Drive.
I CC the account you've set up for me.
Okay.
That means you don't have to buy another product. You don't have another layer between your storage and your email. It's real simple.
Okay, so then
I'll take the action up with Megan. I'll work with McKinsey. We'll set up a process, and then we'll explain it.
And then you'll
Yes, I like that. All right, then you'll explain it.
So,
What's that?
so
I like that.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing you say is if we get this done, then if we set it up correctly, then the emails, like all the emails that's being done from Infomark, they will just automatically include the correct Google Drive email address. So they will automatically be archiving. And then we can be responsible with our retention policy, to purge things, when they're 3 years.
That'll be what Linda was talking about, setting the standards. How long do we keep them?
Well,
right.
When do we purge it?
Let me just interrupt, Catherine, because if you look at I don't know what your email account looks like, but if you looked at my personal email account, you'll find thousands of emails in there because nobody really goes back and cleans up. So it's real important that you set the standards first. Otherwise, you're going to get every email they ever sent, and I promise you don't want them all. You want the ones that pertain
That's
to
a lot of storage. And Google has, I think we get 15. Mackenzie, correct me if I'm wrong. How many gigabytes do we get? 15?
I don't know. There's gonna be several costs involved with this, and one of those in particular is gonna be number of users. And you pay per user, and it's I think a couple $100 per year per user or something like that, or close to $100 per user per year.
Well, our users won't go up because you'll have email addresses for contractors to
And
send.
those email addresses are users. Those are users. So yes, there will be cost associated with any additional email addresses created because we only have literally the number we currently have now.
Which is what?
I don't know. I'd have to look in the Google Drive, but I know that like
It's more than
recently
enough that
we needed
we
more
have
for
it.
the new board members to come on because the old ones get archived. And we had to add more. And I think the bill for 3 or 4 was $200 or $300 or $400. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head.
Well,
Because
it's
part
not-
of that was a domain renewal.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe
So
we could
Art,
do
you're gonna
another
investigate
mud
this more?
who's already doing it too. You know?
That would be part of the whole setup, right? Knowing the costs, how you're going to do it, what the standards are. But if you don't have any standards, you can't even really begin. You need to know what you want to save and for how long.
Yeah.
Right. Well, right. I totally get that we got to have standards. What I don't, but I also want to make this, keep it simple, stupid in the sense that I don't want people to be overwhelmed with, well, is this a 3-year retention? Is this a 5-year? Do I need to include this? And so my find is, everything just gets included.
We have a saying, you don't want to be data rich and information poor. You want to make sure that the data you have is what you need.
Okay.
So we don't need it.
So, so this is my concern. So, Art, give me a realistic time frame when you think you can come back and let's be realistic. We know we've all got lots of spinning plates. We got lots of different projects going on. What are you comfortable with?
Mackenzie, you and I can talk this week and then we'll start setting. She's going on maternity leave. That's the key right there. See?
Okay. Okay.
Talk to Christy instead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Talk to Christy. Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to Christy.
She might already have some ideas for you from her other districts.
Now, we made some progress. Megan and I met with them 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, and she had already set up a couple of drives, and it's not that complicated. I thought it was really going to be complicated. It wasn't. But I guess what we need a set of standards. We need a goal of what we really, do we really want all those emails? Do we want certain types of email? Do you want to classify them? And then the information as well.
Yeah.
We'll find all that.
Catherine, you have 5,000 emails in an account and the subject matter is not clearly standardized. You'll never find.
I totally get that. I
Yeah.
totally get that. Okay, let's move on. We're into the general section. We're getting close to the end. So number 9, advertising on the district website. So what's this about?
I asked for this one as well because I noticed after we did the communications policy that the tennis instructors are advertised.
Oh.
And I think they're a business because they have web links and they charge money. So I don't think we should be advertising them.
I'm trying, okay.
Or advertising for them, I should say.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what was going on with this. The boys here there's no institutional knowledge left about about what's going on with the tennis instructors. So Megan and Beth and Mackenzie, what's going on with the tennis program? Do we even have one that's up and running right now? What can you tell me what's going on?
Yeah, they are teaching the same 2 instructors are teaching their classes.
Okay. So are they running summer programs? Are they talking about running programs again this summer?
I don't think they ever stop. They always have something going on.
Yeah, they're still doing the whatever weekly lessons they've done for however long.
Okay. So what do I know? And okay, so I know that I've had conversations with Bill in the past about, hey, I wanted to put something on the website about, about this contractor who was in the district, and he says, no, we can't do that because that's, that would be, unequal advertising. So Bill, what kind of issues are we looking at here?
Well, if you're going to allow advertising, you can't be discriminatory. So once you open it up for advertising, you have to accommodate people that fit those standards. We've not adopted any standards for advertising.
Okay, well, I guess the question, so what we have is we know that we have a couple of instructors, and maybe somebody can, share their screen, and let's take a look at this real fast. What I'm trying to remember is what exactly is really there for the tennis program. Okay, what's going on here?
It's me. I'm getting ready to die, so I'm trying to set up.
Okay. Well, let me look real
Mackenzie,
fast.
can you go to the website and share the screen? I would do it, but I am just totally challenged on sharing my screens unless I put it in the Dropbox itself or in the Zoom thing itself. So forget that. But Mackenzie, could you do it?
I can do it if you want.
Yes, please do.
There you go. See, it also gives her email contact.
So what are we debating here? Or what are we?
Well, is this because we've got, aren't they paying $250 because they're running programs on at our facilities? Isn't that what we're doing?
They pay the commercial rate.
Right. So the question becomes what you're concerned about is what, Linda?
That it violates the communications policy, which says no advertising on the website. And these two paragraphs are advertising the tennis instructor services that they charge a fee for. It's not free, I don't believe. So
Right.
we're advertising for these tennis instructors. I think my suggestion would be to have these instructors do their own advertising for clients, not us.
Well, okay.
Maybe you could put contact information on the bulletin boards and not on the website. I'm not sure. We'd have to ask Bill if that would violate the communications policy. I don't disagree that we should somehow or another make available to the residents that there are people that are willing to teach them, but maybe they have their own tennis instructor, or maybe they don't. I don't know. I'm just saying, if you're putting the tennis instructors out here, then what if 5 more tennis instructors want to come and advertise and hopefully take, some of the residents?
And pay us $250 a year.
Do they have to use our facilities and then they can advertise on our site? Is that the new rule? Because that's not what the policy says.
Okay, so
Bill, what's your thoughts on this?
So these are people that have registered with the district, so they're registered tennis instructors. So
Right.
To a certain extent, it's information as to who has registered. These people have registered as tennis instructors. The verbiage on the write-up does appear to be more of an advertisement than just information by saying all their qualifications and so forth. So
okay.
I think that's what makes it look more like advertising than just here's a list of the tennis instructors who have, been qualified or have been approved by the district to use our courts.
So
because that's more factual.
Yes. So what I'm hearing say is it sounds like we have to have a reorganization of this page in order to come into compliance with our communications policy. And it sounds like it just needs to say something to the effect of, these two these two coaches are registered to teach at our facilities, and then just provide their email address. for
Or a
contact.
website where they can look up their, can we do that? Can we say, hey, go to this website and you want to see their qualifications or whatever? Or is that advertising?
Well, I would try not to say all that, Art. In other words, if you want to list the instructors who have qualified or have registered with the district by name and a contact, that's just information. That's not really an advertisement. And
Okay.
yes, Linda, any other tennis instructor that is registered and paid the fee would be listed here as well.
Okay.
But outside, people that haven't signed up to use our courts or paid the fee, obviously they don't have a right to advertise here.
Right, right. So that's what it sounds like, is what we just need to have some changes made to this page to come into compliance with our communications policy. Basically saying these tennis instructors are currently teaching in the district, and this is their contact information.
Well, that they've been, they registered with the district or whatever we want to say per our
Yeah, yeah.
Or they lease the courts. I mean, they're paying to use the court.
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Just some brief information, but all this about, what they did and their qualifications, I think that's something that looks more like an advertisement. They can go talk to these people and get that information.
Exactly. Exactly. So I think we're all under this on the same page there, that it's not about eliminating the names of the tennis instructors. It's just about pulling out their bios. Am I saying that correctly? So
Yes.
Megan and Beth, put that on your list of things to do.
So get rid of the bio.
Get rid of the bio.
Then going forward, can that be true of any, not just tennis, but for example, we have a woman who teaches kids tumbling she reserves the pavilion at Anderson West Park to do that.
So yeah.
So the same thing, I guess, would apply. Is it okay to list the people who have registered with the district to do classes?
Yeah, yeah, because she's paying a fee. Isn't she paying the $250 fee?
Yes.
Yes.
So what we could do is we could reorganize this page to be recreational professionals who've registered with the district or something like that. And then it could be tennis instructors, tumbling, something simple like that.
The only thing I would add is before you list somebody, make sure they want to be listed on the website. I mean, most of the time people will be, unless they're, maybe it's some kind of semi-private function that they don't want listed. In other words, maybe they're not looking for additional customers. Maybe they don't want to be contacted.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so can you stop sharing? Because I can't get back to my agenda. Thank you. Okay, so the 87th, Agenda 10, 87th Legislative Session Update. Now, I did see today that I think we all received an email from Case that Trey Larry is going to be doing a legislative update via Zoom for Case, and it's in May. So everybody should, put that on their calendar, because his legislative updates are always very entertaining. Bill, did you have anything that you wanted to discuss?
Well, when we brought this up last time to go on the agenda, I explained that typically we don't track bills for districts. We review them after they're adopted. And Linda suggested that perhaps it was a good idea to track the bills. Maybe there would be something you could do in the interim. So legislative session, last day of the session, I think is May 30th, end of May. So if your goal is to try to get involved in any of the bills, you don't really want to wait till the end of May to get involved. That'll be way too late. I reviewed the AWBD site. I don't know how updated it was, but it had a list of bills of interest. And I did with the time I had available, I did some searches on the Texas legislature online site. And for the most part, I saw a lot of bills aimed at dealing with open meetings via remote communications. And there were several of them. Some of them have progressed. I think that's in response to what we just went through with the pandemic and being forced on Zoom under temporary orders, some effort to make it easier for boards to have either hybrid remote meetings where some people are in person, some are remote. And it looks like they're attempting to permanently amend the Open Meetings Act, all of which is positive because those are optional things. There is one bill that hasn't gone too far that would mandate all boards record their meetings, video record meetings, and you guys are in a good place there because you've already paid to get that equipment at your Old Mill office. So when you're back in Old Mill doing in-person meetings, you would already qualify, but a lot of other districts, that's going to be a problem. So, you know, there's a lot of legislation on that particular topic. There's some, hello. Some minor things like TCQ being able to mandate some weatherization of water facilities, again, probably in response to the freeze.
Yeah.
There are some relating to eminent domain, which is condemnation, which really doesn't affect you. There's some additional obligations to put information on the websites. There's some minor change pending for cybersecurity training. And then there's one about retainage on public works that I haven't looked at too closely, but looks like it's designed to protect contractors on bigger jobs to limit the amount of retainage that you could have. And then there's a couple bills that look like they're dealing with the cap on your tax rate. There was a lot of discussion last year as to whether the COVID pandemic qualified as an emergency that would trigger an exemption to cap tax rates statewide. And a lot of attorneys were saying that it applied, and I think the Attorney General said no. So now there's some legislation. But I've looked at things. I can't give you a detailed report. I didn't have time to say these bills are ones you need to look at. But for the most part, they didn't look very harmful to this MUD. It looked like it was, expansion of things that you probably are already doing or want to do.
Okay.
So that's my brief report. Probably, the one you're going to get at CASE will be a lot more detailed on specific bills, and probably they'll tell you which ones are going to make it and not make it.
Yes.
And of course, obviously, you have to adjust what you do in the future to comply with the new regulations. So
Okay.
that was about as far as I could get with the time permitted.
Okay. We've already talked about agenda item 11, agenda item 12. I'd like to make a statement as a way of introducing this agenda item. As we start discussing the rules of order Linda Fobb has put together, I think it would be helpful for me to share some background on this topic. As the board president, I'm the gatekeeper of the meeting agenda, and I want all board members to feel comfortable submitting agenda items for discussion. My goal is to keep the first Wednesday meeting focused on the infrastructure committee, the financials, and the manager's report. Linda initially submitted this topic in March in anticipation of the April 12th meeting. And Linda, I apologize if I left you with the impression that I wasn't going to put this on the agenda. That wasn't my intent. As you mentioned in your email, the April 12th meeting was addressing a volatile issue in our community. And as you and I look back on that meeting with 2020 hindsight, I'm sure both of us see room for personal improvement, me for how the meeting was run, you for the actions that so angered your neighbors, the residents of the MUD. In general, I think the proposed rules are overkill. They haven't been reviewed by Bill to determine if they are in conflict with the communications policy. I object to our meetings being rigidly configured. Linda has shown herself to be very black and white in her interpretation of deed restriction rules. She's pushed back against Bill when legal advice doesn't align with her interpretation of federal and state law. I'm concerned this rigid document will become an instrument that will actually disrupt meetings as board members start arguing points of order or if the rules are not being followed correctly. Therefore, I would like to propose a path forward. I propose we have Bill review the rules to the communication as they relate to the communications policy. I ask that we review the need for the rules outside of the April 12th meeting. What I want for us is to look at how our meetings run without coloring them in the context of the April 12th meeting. I believe this meeting was an abnormality in the sense that in the 7 years I've been attending board meetings, this was the only meeting where the anger was palatable. And I doubt we're going to have a meeting like April 12th ever again. Okay.
I'd like to make a comment, Catherine,
Yes.
and start with the correction. I actually discussed this with Bill for the first time in a meeting that I had with him in December of 2020. These rules of order are an abbreviated version of the Roberts Rules of Order, which are used by elected boards, commissions, and councils. They force professionalism and provide mechanisms to ensure productive meetings. And when I talked to Bill about this in December, it was a concern I had for the meetings, the way they have been conducted for the past 3 years, not for anything that had to do with April 12th. I've actually been working on this since December. And when Bill and I talked about it, Robert's Rules of Orders is really complicated. So I didn't do the complete book, which is quite thick. I actually did an abbreviated version, something that I thought was easily understood. And actually, it's exactly what Maxine had requested at last month's meeting, more professional meetings. These rules of order is how city councils operate. It's how elected boards operate. It's how commissions operate. And it prevents meetings from going off the rails. It prevents the kind of meetings that the MUD board has historically had in the past 3 years. And I've seen much worse than what happened on April 12th. And actually it's on the website in recorded meetings. So it had nothing to do with that. The timing, of course, appeared that way, but Bill should be able to corroborate that we had the discussion about Robert's Rules of Orders back in December. Because I believe that the meetings I've been witnessing for the past 3 years are unprofessional.
Catherine, I think what you said really hit with what has been happening. I like what you said, and I'd like to make a motion to just keep moving forward. And then if we need to revisit this again in a few months, that would be great. But I think that, no.
I think if you can have a communications policy, this would go hand in hand with that.
Well, like I said, my suggestion is that we have Bill review the rules as they relate to the communications policy, because they definitely are in conflict. And we can put this on the agenda for next month or June.
That's fair enough.
Okay. Okay. So agenda. Okay. So let's make that clear. Bill, that was a directive.
Okay. Can I just say one thing real quickly?
Sure.
So Linda and I did have some conversations when she first got on the board. And one of them, I believe, was about Robert's Rules of Order. And my comment was that there are a lot of provisions in Robert's Rules of Order that are very complicated. It's a book about this thing. I have a copy over there. It's really hard to read. And when you adopt Robert's Rules of Order, you have to be very careful because they're so complicated. For example, and I didn't understand that, Linda, that you had take in provisions of Robert's Rules of Order and put them in your document. I thought this was just a document you had gotten from some other district or something like that.
I did take a copy from another district and then I made it applicable to how we do business because they all do it a little different. And it is a very abbreviated version of Robert's Rules. I obviously did not copy from the book.
And so I want to confirm, yes, we had that conversation. I didn't have this document back in December. Obviously, we talked about it. And just like, for example, one thing that I noticed about Robert's Rules of Order when I took a peek at them recently is after the vote, no member has a right to explain the vote. The explanation needs to be part of the discussion. So it's real, we have some HOAs too that want to adopt Robert's Rules of Order. Oh, let's just adopt them, but there are problems with them. So I agree, I'll accept the directive to review it, and this probably requires some discussion in the future. It might be, Linda, that some of these provisions are very appropriate and some of them are not as appropriate. But as a starting document, I appreciate you put it together as a starting document, but we do need to, be careful what we put in there versus what we really want to accomplish in a meeting. So
I couldn't agree with you more. And I do want you to know that I believe I made a change to allow for a record comment to a no vote. But again, double check it. It took me months to try to make it work for the way and keep in line with the way the meetings go here and the way your agendas are written. So it is not a perfect document by any stretch. It is a starting place.
Okay.
That's all.
I agree.
Okay, so agenda item 13, prior and pending open records requests. And I think, Bill, that's you again.
Yeah, so Linda requested that we put this on there and that we bring back the report. Late today, I did send the invite, attached it to the invite. We have, and I can put it up if you want, but we have two requests pending right now. One is waiting an AG opinion, and the other we're reviewing for possible redactions and possible AG opinion. So there's only two, really one active right now, and then the completed ones and the previously expired ones I listed on the report. So I don't know how much detail you want to go into it tonight, but we're getting very close to being totally caught up on them, where in the future, any response coming in will receive a much more prompt reply.
Okay.
So let me explain why I wanted to start including them again. And I was really, Bill, when I mentioned it, I was really thinking the way it used to be done at the end of the financial report. After Michael did all his cost things, then your spreadsheet would pop up of the, or you would present the open records requests. Okay, so that was kind of my thing. And the reason, and now it's even more appropriate that it made it to this agenda, because recently, April 16th, I believe it was, Bob Heath sent all of us directors an email about the director's rights and access to records, which I would like to ask you, Bill, what spawned him to send us that email?
That was my request.
At your
my request. I felt the board needed some legal, and it's confidential legal advice in those memos, but I felt it was appropriate. The board needed that advice.
And thank you. I did appreciate reading his memo, and it is no different than what you have been telling us since November. You've already made those same statements very clear. So I'd like to understand why when I request records from the district, I can't have them. I have to do open records requests to see things, and Bob Heath's memorandum makes it clear that I do get access to records. And I'll give you an example, and it's on one of your open record spreadsheets. On April 29th, I asked for email addresses from within the district records, and I was given only 806, I believe, records. And I noticed on your open records report that the very next day, a former board member requested the same thing. And according to your report, she got her request. So do I need to do open records requests to see things? Because I didn't get what I asked for.
Yeah, okay. So Linda, I'm not going to go into the legal analysis, but I'll explain what happened and maybe you understand. So when you got you requested emails and you got some emails from Mackenzie.
Right.
At that point, we wanted to review with Bob Heath the use of emails even by directors.
Right.
So I actually, our office told Mackenzie to not give you the other half, which were marked confidential. Those can be given to you now. I haven't gotten back to Mackenzie. You're entitled to those, okay? But I wanted to get Bob Heath's advice in writing out to everyone before I released it, so everybody was clear how they can use that information or not use that information.
I understand.
So Mackenzie, you can provide that to her. Now, the other person that you're referring to that made an open records request is not getting the emails that you're getting. They're getting very few email addresses. We're following the advice of special counsel on what emails can be disclosed under open records requests. And so they're getting I think it's a dozen emails.
Let me add that after I did make that request, I did get an email from Bob Heath, and he said it was his opinion that all emails are confidential.
Yeah, and that's what I don't want to get in an open session. I'll be glad to talk to you separately. But we are following advice of special counsel because that's what we hired them, and they have a legal opinion to the effect of what you just said.
No problem.
It's very limited exceptions to that. Yes.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying. Now here I again this week I asked Sage Management for records, and they punted my request to the committee to decide if I get to have them. So I don't know, maybe we need to send that same message that Bob sent the directors to Sage Management so that they understand that every director has access and rights to the records they have. Now, I understand you want to look at them first to make sure it doesn't conflict with my lawsuit, but I assure you what I asked for does not.
So I don't want to send attorney-client privilege document to Sage Management.
Okay.
That's not appropriate.
Right.
I think we've talked about some information you requested previously that was going to be submitted to my office for review, and I haven't received that. So I agree with the process you're saying, but I would defer to DRC as to how they're going to contact and deal with Sage.
Well, I would like to request, Catherine, that Bill write a letter to Sage Management because somewhere there's a breakdown here, and I think Bill needs to instruct our contractors in how to respond to district requests and from directors specifically. And then he can add in his language about what he needs to perhaps look at first before it's released. And that way there's no more misunderstanding because I'm prepared to send Bob Heath a request to see if he can get the records that I asked for over a week ago. And I really don't want to run up Bob Heath's ability to fee us more when I know that I am entitled to see those records. And it's important for the review I'm doing, which I'm doing in my official capacity to review their performance. I need those records so I can finish this once and for all. Catherine, can Bill write that letter?
Oh, yeah. If you want him to write a letter to Sage, that's perfectly fine.
Bill, would you be willing to write that letter to Sage for me?
Well, of course, if the board asks me to do it, I'm going to do it. Now, it would be helpful, Linda, because I don't have a list of what you requested.
Okay.
To get a list of your pending requests for information.
I will do that.
And then if the board wants me to write a letter, I would prefer it be a motion, board vote on it to authorize it, but I'll be happy to do that.
I'll be glad to do a motion, Catherine. I motion that Bill Flickinger write a letter to all of our contractors, specifically Sage and Herb Engineering, to inform them of the requirements to release records to directors that request them in a reasonable amount of time. And if he needs to review anything for potential conflict with my lawsuit, include that language in his letter. Anybody want to second that?
I'm still confused a little bit. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Phil,
Yes.
I was under the understanding that everything that comes into Sage goes to you because of the lawsuit. So why would Sage release anything to anyone else if it's going to your office?
Well, first of all, not everything has come to my office. So specific things that Linda requested, it was a couple of meetings ago. I think I said, if Sage will send that information to me, I will review it. And then I will determine if it can be released to Linda based solely on the possibility that it deals with her lawsuit. I don't recall ever receiving that information. So what I need from Linda is a list of what she requested because I can't remember it all. And then I need the information to come from Sage to me so I can review it, and then I'll be responsible for releasing it to Linda.
Okay, yeah, because what I am understanding is that Linda is asking Sage to send it to her.
Well, yeah, she's asking that, but due to her lawsuit, it's important that I review that first. So there's going to be a necessary second step.
Yeah, so nothing will, so just so I'm understanding, nothing will be coming from Sage. It will be coming from you.
At this time, I don't anticipate that Sage will be able to make the determination on their own what pertains directly to the lawsuit and what doesn't, because the lawsuit's fairly broad. So I would strongly recommend on information from Sage coming through me, and I would include that in this letter if the motion's approved.
Just so that I understand it a little better, because working on DRC, that's how I've been told. So I'm trying to understand it.
So how much information are we asking for?
Not a lot.
I think that's relevant.
For an example,
3
this
years,
month.
4 years, 5 years back? What are we?
Oh,
looking
no, I'm talking current month. I'm looking for details
okay.
to satisfy a current month. Like, for example, I'll give you a good example. This month, when I did my spreadsheet of all the letters, it became apparent to me that almost half of all the letters, not all, almost half had verbiage in them that said a complaint was received. So I asked Sage to see who filed these complaints, who lodged these complaints of deed violations, because it seems like there's, I guess, as Catherine's describing, somebody's doing their job for them. So I want to see who is actively participating in the deed enforcement process. I want to know who's watching and who's reporting, and how they're handling those reports. Are all of them being addressed? Are some of them not being addressed? It's part of a performance review. What have they received and what have they done with that information? Does that help?
Yeah.
Nothing complicated. There should, according to the letters I've looked at, I've counted 31. There could be more because I haven't seen all the letters yet, but 31. I mean, we're not talking a huge amount of data here.
All right, so where are we? We need a motion?
I need a second for Bill to write a letter.
Okay, I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any more discussion? Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote. Linda?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Beth?
I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say no mostly because I'm still trying to understand it all. And from everything that I've been told, at this point, I'm just going to say no.
Okay, Art,
Yes.
I'll say no too. Okay, so next agenda item. Minutes, 14, minutes from prior regular and special meetings, reconsideration of meetings of minutes previously approved with oral revisions.
So these were the minutes that you decided, because it was getting late, that we would bump to this meeting. And now, of course, it's getting late again, but it's February 17 and March 31 minutes are item 14, attachment item 14.
For what it's worth, I read them and I think they're correct. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay.
I read them and I sent Mackenzie corrections. Minor, but a few corrections. And I one of them on the March 31st video meeting minutes, I could have sworn we made a motion for Infomark to stop charging us for tools used in the performance of their job, the wrenches, the tape measures, that kind of thing. But it's not on the minutes, so I told Lee I'd have to go back and check the meeting video. I thought we did a motion and it passed unanimously, but it's not in the minutes. So.
Well, what was the motion again for?
The motion was for Infomark to stop the practice of buying tools needed for the performance of their job. The
That's
tools
right,
like
the tape measure and
tape measure.
yeah. Okay.
I thought we did a motion, but maybe we didn't. Maybe we just talked about it. So until I check March 31st, I need to listen to the video to see if there was a motion, because there's no motion recorded in the minutes.
I thought Mackenzie answered you by saying that if the tool was purchased in the performance and it was accountable to the project or the job or WTC, I don't know exactly.
Become a district asset.
Yes, that's what I remember.
Right.
Is that because they were, filling out missing pieces for the trucks or whatever that stay in the district.
Well,
So we own it. So basically
gave
we
an
own it.
example of the camera that they use to look in the sewer lines, a $2,500 camera. We now own that camera.
Right.
So that kind of purchase and the camera stays with us forever. I don't know, maybe different. But if the tech is out measuring the size of a manhole, he should go to that work assignment with his own tape measure. We should not be providing the tools that are part of their basic services. It's not included in their contract anyway.
I also remember there.
I don't think we motioned for it then.
You don't think we motioned for it? I'll check the meeting video. I just didn't have time today.
Well, outside of that, can we approve the minutes contingent on you reviewing that?
Yeah.
Okay, so make a motion.
With the
I
change
motion that we approve the minutes for February 17th and March 31st.
with the corrections that I
With the
said.
corrections that were mentioned by Linda, if they were indeed not included in the minutes.
I'll second your motion, Art.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, I'll go ahead and call the vote then. Linda,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay. 15, future board meetings. Bill, what do you have on the next agenda? Next agenda is going to be DRC. Do we have anything besides DRC stuff?
There were a couple things mentioned tonight that I made notes of that we talked about tonight, but we're going to try, the DRC agenda, we try to limit to DRC items.
Right.
Things that are urgent. So it's probably primarily going to be DRC.
Okay, so
We'll circulate obviously we'll circulate a draft, and if anyone has items that fall in that category that are really time sensitive, that can't wait till the regular board meeting the following Wednesday, then let me know.
okay. Okay, so at this point, we don't have anything that's slated to come to the next regular monthly board meeting. It's just, we're just going to be keeping it there at infrastructure, manager's report, finances, correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. For
Okay.
example, I have a note that we're going to bring, we're going to put on the May 17 agenda, this notice of the moratorium ending so the board can review it. That would put it on the DRC agenda because
Yes,
it's important.
yes.
And I think that was the only one I heard that needs to go on DRC agenda.
Well, that needs to go on the DRC agenda because it's not going to, it needs to be improved to get approved in order to give time to Infomark to get the billings put together properly.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so anybody else? Okay, so agenda item 16, somebody make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I motion so.
Okay, I will second that. Everybody say aye.
Aye.
Aye. See you guys soon.
Yeah.